Islam. So this encounter happened on September 8th, 2021, the same day as one of the hearings for Rosa Moore's in their case. And I just wanted to show y'all and also give y'all an update, show y'all the footage from the unlawful arrest as well as some of the footage from the hearings, some of the documents that's been filed, some of the things that are being said and done for the case. I appreciate everybody that assisted with getting me out of that custody on that day, on both days that I was detained, September 8th and 9th, as well as anybody that's assisted with handling the case and sending any evidence and footage. So I'm going to show y'all, this is a video that was published by a reporter of local news media in the area who also published an article along with it. Okay, so that was the video that was published by a local reporter, in which she also posted this article. She also posted this article right here, a reporter named Kinga Burundi. Massachusetts State Police confront supporters of Rosa Moore's at courthouse. And in this article, she also speaks on how we were targeted as well as harassed. I'm not going to go through this whole article, but you can look it up yourself and read for yourself. But if you see right here, the brief proceeding was capped when vehicles of supporters who attended the session, some driving in as far away as Ohio and Maryland, were targeted for towing. And then if you scroll down, you will see the same video that I just played. It's on here somewhere. Let me refresh this page. Okay, there it is. Cars towed, drivers and passengers harassed. The members of Rise of the Moors appear in Malden District Court, so on and so forth. Like I said, you can look the article up yourself and read it. And which in here, this is where they actually, trying to find out where they actually mentioned me. Right here. You say it's buffering, okay? Let me know if you're seeing a clear video now. I really don't want to publish this with buffering footage. I really want everything to be clear because everything needs to be clear. Let me know if it's clear. Can somebody confirm before I continue? Can somebody confirm before I continue? Islam, gratitude. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all this second video. It's actually no, it's not audio, it is a video. So this is one that somebody sent me that they were able to catch.
Unlawfully searching her conveyance because she's not driving, as we all know. She's not driving. First of all,
at this time I was already in that custody. They had already taken me down to their station.
First of all, they didn't pull her over. This is a parked.
Are you going through her car?
This is parked.
You don't need to know. This is not no inventory. You are illegally searching her car without a warrant.
No warrants, no nothing, bro. This is what they do.
No.
This is what they
it's
do.
It's a fucking mask to search people's cars illegally.
Look.
Look at.
Every day, all day. They love it. This is what they do. This is why it's crumbling. London Bridge is crumbling along with this is crumbling. Everything's gonna
Don't touch
crumble.
her. She's a minor. Do not touch her.
I didn't touch her.
Stop approaching her like that.
No, they claim she's being detained. So
That's her car.
when they
She
see
can touch her car and she can get in and grab her belongings if she wants to.
that is exactly true. That is exactly true. That's true.
So let her get her stuff.
That's
You
true.
back the fuck up.
That's true. That's true. No, yo, this is hilarious, bro. This shit is hilarious. Perjury. We getting bond numbers. Fuck that. I'm not even saying that. I'm getting. As a matter of fact, where's the trooper that was on the scene on July 3rd? Yeah, I like him. He's a wise guy. Yeah, he's one of those. He's a wise guy, a big wise guy. I like him. He gave me his back. He gave me his. Because they don't uphold their own constitution, so I can't even say he has a number for anything, to be honest.
Absolutely. Okay, should we see
Yo, I'm telling you, Star, this is hilarious, bro.
3968. 3968.
They don't know that they can be held accountable. This is the problem. They think that people don't know the proper protocol. They think they don't know the proper paperwork. That's the problem. But when you start hitting their pockets with them bond numbers, then it become a problem. We're gonna see. I like this one right here. I like this one right here. No, we have it on file on the record for the record that she's being detained. She's not arrested, so they can let her go after they finish doing what they're doing. After they're done doing what they're doing, she has not committed a crime, so she's not arrested. She's being detained. But what they just did was unlawful. That's misconduct. That's misconduct. What is he putting in the car?
Yes, it is.
It is an illegal search.
It's not a search.
No.
Just an inventory. Like I
No,
told you
this
guys.
is just semantics to cover up for an illegal search of a car. There's no inventory.
Nothing like
There
that.
is no
Just an
inventory.
inventory. Just like I said, everything's being recorded. So I told you, it's our policy.
An inventory on behalf of what, though?
Because the vehicle's being towed, man.
Okay, so let us take our...
How is the vehicle being towed? It's a private property. It's private. It's under a
We
trust.
need to get into the car so we can take our
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, we're being inventory right now, just like I told you.
Okay, it doesn't need to be inventoried if we're taking the stuff out. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And you know we have...
Is this seized property?
I guess it's being towed.
You know
Just like I
that.
told you, look, everything's being recorded. I'm not lying to you
Don't you
guys.
know that?
I'm being honest with you. Everything's, like, my thing's on red right now. It's recording. So we're being straight up with you. We're trying to
Record
tell you.
this.
Nah, come on, that's not nice. You have a child right
This
there.
is not nice. What you're doing is not nice.
Just
You're not
going
even
through the
allowing us to get our
We
stuff.
have to document what's in it before it's towed.
How about we take our stuff out before it's towed
Yeah,
so
see
you don't
if it's
have to
towed.
document what's in there?
Right. Yeah, they're...
You have a little baby right there.
No, but you don't care about the babies.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
None of you do, because
I
you guys are very unlawful. You guys
No.
uphold an unlawful. You guys are not being constitutional.
Ma'am, I told you everything. Like,
Sir.
everything we're saying is being recorded. Everything that I'm
Sir.
telling you is documented. Everything you're saying is documented.
Sir.
We're not making anything up.
I understand you're doing your job.
That's it.
Correct?
That's all it is.
Now, your job,
Yes.
who's on top of you, they're not constitutional.
Okay, and then I got another one. So y'all see the fraud that they committing. They claim it was an inventory search being done, in which when he didn't even pull me over. The car was parked in the parking lot at Gold's Gym. When he came up to the car, he stated that probable cause was registration. As the videos go on, as well as I end up finding out later myself after the arraignment, is that they had went in the car prior to me even walking to it. So this was a whole act of conspiring, in which I'm going to show y'all that footage as well as read y'all the police report or arrest narrative, so y'all can see this for yourself. Like, they blatantly committing fraud. They don't care.
Being constitutional.
You have to document any back. Nice. That's something I always wanted to do, is be able to travel. I never been able to travel. Just seeing different states and everything like that.
So right here they actually towing the automobile.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing. Like, it's gonna get more. It's just
honestly, just to put it into perspective too, like obviously, we have. That's why, regardless of, we're gonna disagree on this, right? So at the end of the day, we have court system, right? Everything gets resolved in court. You don't determine. Like, you have your opinion, I'll have mine. You do what you think. We do what we believe.
everything doesn't
What we believe is right, and everything when it goes to court.
get resolved in court, though. It depends on the court.
Well, that's another thing. I don't want to. I don't want to keep going down that road. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, there's a third party that resolves the issue. We'll leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? So. All right, man. It was nice speaking with you too. I'm glad we had a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Give me just a moment. Okay, I'm going to read y'all this arrest narrative that this policy enforcer wrote up, which is so sloppy, and he admitting that they conspiring. Okay, so this is the arrest report done by Trooper Sean Crowley, badge number 4276. It states on Wednesday, September 7th, which I was not in Massachusetts on September 7th. Hearing was September 8th. At approximately 9:30 hours, while conducting security duties for Malden District Court, Trooper Sean T. Crowley was summoned to the parking lot of CKS parking lot at 4000 Mystic Valley Parkway in Medford for an illegally parked motor vehicle by the building manager of the property, Mark Harrier, which it was actually a Gold's Gym, an abandoned and boarded up Gold's Gym location. Harrier approached myself, Trooper Orlando, and Dunn showed us a picture of a fabricated license plate. He asked what the story was with the vehicle, stating it was not a customer's vehicle. We advised Harrier the Moores were in the courthouse for a hearing. Harrier advised he was going to have the vehicle towed. Based on information, belief, and knowledge that individuals associated with the Moores typically travel in vehicles which are unregistered and uninsured, we accompanied Harrier back to the vehicle. Based on information, belief that individuals associated with the Moors typically travel in vehicles which are unregistered and uninsured. You don't know what the Moors do. It is important to note this lot is adjacent to the courthouse. Upon arrival at the vehicle, I observed a Toyota Camry, color gray, bearing a fabricated registration plate imprinted with all of that. Not for hire, non-commercial. Unable to determine who the valid owner or operator of the vehicle was by conducting a query of the plate, we observed the vehicle was unlocked, which it was not unlocked. The vehicle was definitely secured. I also have witness affidavits and statements as well. We all know that policy enforcers have the ability to get into vehicles. That's why when people lock their children in cars, they call the policy enforcers, because the policy enforcers can get into the car because they have the tools to do so. The car was definitely locked. knowing the building manager will be calling the same tow company as designated tow company for the area. Let me see where I'm at. Designated tow company for the area, given the visible contents of the vehicle, the observed through the window were objects of monetary value, a laptop, a bag of mason jars, a backpack with unknown contents, and given we will be issuing a criminal citation for attaching plates. Attaching plates is not a crime. Having private plates is not a crime. It's actually a right. Private property, unregistered, and uninsured motor vehicle. We advised the building manager we will have the vehicle towed by Stevens Towing subsequent to a motor vehicle inventory. So they were already claiming that they were going to do an inventory on the car. The registration plate attached to the motor vehicle was seized pursuant to evidence of the crime of attaching plates. The crime of attaching plates. This is what Trooper Crowley put in here. The crime of attaching plates. Pursuant to the motor vehicle inventory, a camera bag containing a digital camera, a tool bag containing various types of automotive tools, a black plastic case containing socket wrenches, and a small handled plastic bag containing a black manufacturer's gun case. Inside the case was a fully loaded, which that is a lie. The arms was not fully loaded. It was not loaded. Glock 43 containing 2 factory magazines and 2 aftermarket large capacity magazines, which that is also false information, which I also have placed evidence on the record to back that up and support that. And it says one of which was fully loaded. All of that is false information. Upon discovery, this is the part that's very, very interesting. They claim this was an inventory report, but upon discovery of the firearm, when we found out there was an arm in the car, we put everything back in place. We left all the items in the vehicle and posted surveillance. That's conspiring. We're going to put everything back in place. We see there's an arm in the car, but instead of us doing an inventory report, if this was about registration, doing an inventory report and towing the car, no, let's investigate. Let's put the arms back in the car and wait and see who comes to the car. Upon discovery of the firearm, we left in the vehicle. They left all the items in the vehicle and posted surveillance on the vehicle, as well as several other vehicles located in that parking lot. So they already telling you that they conspire. They plan to conspire. And this was not about an inventory report, in which even in the videos that I just sent you, you see that they were talking about, oh, this is just an inventory report. This is just an inventory report. We have to do a search, take inventory, and write this down, or whatever the case is, and have the car towed. Then it goes to say, while monitoring the activity of the vehicles, I, as well as others assigned to the security post, specifically Trooper Dunn, badge number 4119, and Sergeant McNeil, badge number 2232, observed the Toyota Camry pull out of its parking space and attempt to enter onto Mystic Valley Parkway. A motor vehicle stop of the vehicle was conducted as it exited the parking lot, which the motor conveyance was not stopped. We were not in travel. They had already conspired to do this. They already knew what was in the automobile. Even in the video where the policy enforcer was talking to the sister, and he says, who knows what's in that car? That was Trooper Orlando. They already knew what was in that car. So this was not about registration or an inventory report. And then it goes on to say motor vehicle stop was conducted on the exited as a automobile exited the parking lot and attempted to enter the route. The operator stopped her vehicle without incident. And then it says, I asked her for her license to operate, and she advised that she failed to produce a license stating that she was traveling, not driving. I requested her exit the vehicle. Initially, she would not exit the vehicle, but eventually exited the vehicle with my instructions. Upon exiting the vehicle, she was placed under arrest for unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle. I secured her in handcuffs, placed her in the rear of my cruiser for transport to Medford, and verbally advised her of her Miranda rights. Subsequent to providing her Miranda, I asked if she had a license to conceal firearms, in which she responded, I have the right to carry a firearm according to the Second Amendment of the Constitution for the United States of America. She was booked and processed according to policy and procedure, not law. Booked and processed according to policy and procedure. She was positively identified, and it was discovered that the name she provided is not her legal identity, which is denationalization, asking for a legal identity. And then it says that I was allegedly charged with the following violations of Massachusetts general laws. So it's 9 counts. Unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle, unregistered motor vehicle, uninsured motor vehicle, attaching plates, possession and carrying a firearm, improper storage of a firearm, possession of a large capacity magazine, possession of ammo without a firearm identification card, and knowingly providing false name to a police officer. This case remains open. So that's the arrest narrative. That's what the policy enforcer wrote up, in which he's blatantly saying that they conspired. And it was not about an inventory report. There has been several affidavits, writs, filed on the record and for the record, several things been said on the record, for the record. They don't care. When these hearings go on, they talk over you. They'll mute you, especially with me doing special appearances via Zoom. They will mute you. They will talk over you. They're not listening to you, and they're definitely not answering any questions pertaining to corpus delicti, violation of due process, jurisdiction. They're not answering any questions pertaining to that. So I'm going to go on and play some audio from, let me see here. Yeah, the first probable cause hearing after that encounter was on September 29th, in which I'm going to play some audio from the hearing. Since I did special appearance via Zoom, there was a few more able to show up as well as get footage and provide that. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to go ahead and play this audio. Some of it is kind of choppy because of connection or something like that. So I'm going to play the audio and then come back and play the video. So you may hear some of this repeated twice.
Of a witness or an injured party. I have not spoken to her because she does not represent me. I can only speak for myself. This is a matter of diversity of citizenship. This case needs to be removed. I demand that it be removed. I have not had this case and all alleged charges must be dismissed on the grounds of lack of probable cause, lack of jurisdiction, defect and complaint procedure, violation of due process of law, and diversity of citizenship. I am a Moorish American national. You all are
complaining he is not present, this case needs to be dismissed because the injured party is not present. If this is a criminal matter, I have right to remedy to the injured party. Where is the injured party?
Right, so Ms. Baines,
Silence.
I'm going to select the next case for a probable cause hearing. I'm going to allow the Commonwealth's request a subsequent date for a probable cause hearing. So put on for October 28th. That's the next date is via Zoom for this matter. Thank you, Ms. Baines. Continue for further hearing October 28th.
So Your Honor, regarding my oral motion to withdraw as standby counsel.
As standby counsel.
It's already a writ of dismissal on the record that was submitted.
All right, so that was the first probable cause hearing, which it ended basically saying that they needed more time to find probable cause. I know the audio is kind of choppy, but the conclusion of that was that they needed more time to find probable cause because they wanted to do ballistics on the arm, in which ballistics are only done on arms when there is proof that there has been commission of a crime, in which there was no proof ever that a crime had been committed, was about to be committed, or none of that. So I have sent in, like I said, various documents, affidavit of fact, a response to the arrest narrative, plenty of exhibits and evidence, probably about 16 to 20 of them filed as evidence. They also received a notice of diversity of citizenship, writ of habeas corpus, an order to withdraw any assumed or future appointed standby counsel, and a writ of dismissal, as well as other documents. With the standby counsel at the arraignment that was on the night, which was the day after the initial unlawful arrest, at the arraignment, they had already planned on detaining me again, clearly. And while at the arraignment, they wanted me to take standby counsel. After I stated that I'm not taking standby counsel, I'm going to be continuing in proper persona. They basically detained me again, detained her, $4,300 bail, threw me in there again, $4,300 bail, because I didn't take standby counsel. Even with the assumed standby counsel, even though I never took one, they still was trying to throw her on me on the record, as well as, having her show up at future hearings and things like that. So I went ahead and put a dismissal, a writ to dismiss counsel on the record as well. Let me see here. It's real short and brief because not much even need to be said about something like that. Order to withdraw counsel. I, Younger Segment Abed Free Moorish American National, misidentified, have stated on the record and for the record, I will continue in proper persona, hereby dismiss any current or future appointed standby counsel that has been forced or appointed presently or in the future, or representation that has been assumed is hereby terminated, as I have the ability to terminate the attorney-client relationship at will. No permission from the court is necessary. I refuse to be coerced into being represented by anyone. I am competent in my decision to continue in proper persona and have not been coerced into making this decision. Effective ab initio, release all files being held by any assumed or appointed standby counsel pertaining to this case to me. So they continue, like I said, trying to throw her on me every single hearing. It seemed like she shows up at the hearings. She was all at the arraignment like, oh, I'm on your team. We're on the same team. Her and the judge were going back and forth, giving each other, signs and clues and stuff like that. They're working together in this. So for her to come to me saying, oh, we're on the same team, I'm not riding for that. I'm not going for that. We're not on the same team. We ain't even got the same genes. We ain't on the same team. Um, I sent in documents and also called to have them confirm that they did receive them. They do have things have been sent via fax with proof and evidence confirmed, as well as certified mail confirmed. Notice the agent, notice the principal, return receipts, everything. They're getting all of this. They just choosing to ignore because they don't care. This is what they do. So this is I think this is a call with them basically saying that they are receiving the documents. I hit play. Come on. Okay, for some reason it's not playing. Let me try that again. So now it's saying it was a problem playing a file. Let me refresh. Islam, exactly. She shows like, trust me, I'm on your side. We're on the same team. We're on the same team. We ain't on the same team. Come on and play. Okay, here it is.
That was submitted. You have reached the Somerville Business Court, located at 175 Bells Way, Somerville, Massachusetts. Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., except legal holidays. Please note the main entrance to the court has now been relocated to the front of the building. Please be alert that our menu options and extension numbers have recently changed. If you know your party's 7-digit extension, you may dial it at any time. For the probation department, press 1 followed by the pound key. For the civil clerk's office, press 2 followed by the pound key. For the criminal clerk's office, press 3 followed by the pound key. Clerk's office. Hi, I was calling to confirm that a fax was received. Okay, what did you fax over? I faxed over documents pertaining to case numbers. Okay. The documents were sent from Eonga Bay. From Eonga Bay is what the cover sheet says. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yes. We did receive it. All right, thank you so much. And who am I speaking with? Junior. Junior, how many pages did you all receive? I did not check with the clerk, but she did say that she received it. Just double check. Just so much, let me just double check. All right.
So he checking to see if they, how many pages.
Okay, so we did receive a total of 3 faxes, and they were about over 100 pages. So we did receive the whole package. All right, thank you so much, Junior. You have a good day. Have a good day. You too.
They already playing with the live, talking about I'm trying to end it. Nah, y'all want to end it. All right, so that was one call confirming that they definitely receiving everything. I've been getting confirmation via fax, via certified mail. That was after the first probable cause hearing that was on September 29th. So now I'm going to show the next probable cause hearing following that one, which was on October 28th. Now this one is really interesting because I mentioned the criminal complaint, which was not signed by the arresting officer. Let me show y'all this document right here. So he basically don't want to be held liable on his case because he never signed it, as well as a magistrate never signed his complaint. Looking for, okay, here it is. I'm about to drop the phone. Okay, so this is the criminal complaint. And if you look right here, it says the undersigned complainant on behalf of the Commonwealth on oath complains that on the date indicated below, the defendant committed the offenses listed below and on any attached pages. The undersigned complainant on behalf of the Commonwealth on oath. No signature. He never even signed it. He never even swore to his own statement. No signature of complainant sworn to before a magistrate. Magistrate never even signed it. The case should have never even been opened according to Massachusetts criminal procedure as well as federal rules of criminal procedure. Signature complainant. Signature of complainant. Nothing. Sworn to before a magistrate. Nothing. In which this was given to me after the arraignment by the DA that they tried to throw on me as standby counsel. She held on to it during the arraignment so that I couldn't use it in my defense. And while they had me unlawfully detained, had my cells in their cell, is when they brought this back to me, which is a Brady violation, Brady versus Maryland, withholding evidence that could be in favor of the accused. He never even signed it. And he listed himself as the complainant. So let me see if his name is on here. So it's not actually on this one, but let me show you something. There's a lot of these documents was never even signed. This is the inventory report, which was not signed as well. Look like the camera trying to blur. Let me know if y'all can see this clearly. Inventory report not signed. Criminal complaint not signed. I see they blurring the camera because that's what they do. Let me know if that's clear for y'all. So they blurring the camera. All right. So this criminal complaint, I end up showing it on the next hearing that I'm going to show, in which all they did was get silent. They did not want to talk about this criminal complaint. Okay. There's also plenty of case law that back up res judicata that supports the fact that criminal complaints have to be signed. Yeah, I see that they keep on blurring the camera. Anytime I put it on a document, it blurs the camera out. Yeah, they keep on trying to blur the camera out, but they not stopping nothing. All right, there is a document that was sent out to all district court judges, clerk magistrates, and chief probation officers by the Chief Justice, who is Linda Connolly in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So I'm gonna show y'all in here. This is how the document look, but yeah, they really playing with this camera. They really playing. So basically anything I quote y'all, if y'all want to look it up, just go look it up. It is res judicata. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the phone still to even see if it clears up, but it doesn't look like it's clearing up. Let me hold it there for a minute. It looks like it's trying to. All right, right here, it states in this document, all witnesses should testify under oath or affirmation. The magistrate must examine on oath the complainant and any witnesses produced by him before the complaint is signed by the complainant. And this is in their general laws 276 subsection 22. General laws 276 subsection 22. Before they even sign it, they're supposed to take an oath to it and then subscribe to it or sign it. The magistrate must examine on oath any witnesses produced by him before the Commonwealth is signed, before the complaint, my apologies, is signed by the complainant. General Laws 276 subsection 22. And it says the preferred procedure would be to administer the oath before the complainant makes statements which could serve as the basis for the issuance of the process. That's Commonwealth versus Coke. This was actually ruled in that territory. Commonwealth versus Coke. The preferred procedure will be to administer the oath before the complainant makes statements which could serve as the basis for the issuance of the process. So the case should have never even been opened because the criminal complaint form was never even signed by the complainant, signature of complainant, nothing. Sworn to before clerk, magistrate, nothing. The case should have never even been opened. Commonwealth versus Coke. Then if you go further into this same document that I know all of them have, signing the complaint must be signed under oath or affirmation by the complainant. And then it goes on to say, General Laws 276 subsection 22 requires that the complaint must be signed by the same person who is examined on oath. That is Commonwealth versus Barhite. And then it says complaint must be subscribed by the complainant as to verify all essential parts. So he basically didn't want to be held liable, but he listed himself as the complainant on this case. So in reality, this case should actually be Crowley versus Bay, not Commonwealth versus Bay. He listed himself as the injured party, basically. Now, this part right here is very, very essential. Also ruled in their territory. It is improper for the complainant to sign a blank form, which is to be filled in later. Commonwealth versus Hanley. The signature of the magistrate or deputy assistant clerk certifies that the complainant took the oath to the complaint. There is no signature of a magistrate. There is no signature of the complainant, which, like I said, he listed himself as the complainant. The actual See if I got the actual application for the complainant. So on this form, you'll see right here, he listed complainant name, Trooper Sean Crowley. He listed himself as the injured party for this case. Another thing, they have not properly identified the said defendant in error. On all of these hearings, they refer to me as Miss Bay, Miss Bay, Miss Bay, Miss Bay. I'm looking for this document real quick. They refer to me as Miss Bay, not the estate, not the ex-rel, not anything else. They refer to me as that. So on their documents, because even in their system, they're going to list something else. But on this document, which is their document, see if I could get a little closer. Younger segment Bay. This is their document. They wrote this. Autograph, threat, duress, coercion. Same right here. They wrote this. Younger segment Bay. Defendant and defendant in error. Basically, whoever they're referring to as the defendant has not been properly identified. And then even here on this document right here, Younger segment Bay. Okay. Threat, duress, coercion. Once again. Then you have on the day of the arraignment, they had me go to intake area to verify my ID, my identification. So I gave my nationality card to the agent that was working in the probation intake area. Okay. This form I'm about to show you, she looked at the ID and she filled out this form. Younger segment Bay. Race. Asiatic. ID method. ID was verified. ID method, allodial American nationality card. She wrote this down. Okay. She wrote this down. Younger segment Bay is an American national. Asiatic. She wrote this down. This ain't my form. This ain't my document. They don't even give you this to fill out yourself. I handed her the ID and she filled this out. Okay. All right, I'm going to show y'all this second hearing. Probable cause hearing. This one was October 28th. Let me turn this light off so y'all can see it better. silence. There is no probable cause. Probable cause is supposed to be determined prior to an officer making an arrest, not in hindsight.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Box, the Commonwealth. That's a probable cause, Your Honor.
Salam alaikum. I am a younger Secmaster Abe, improper persona, so jury all rights reserved, the March American National. My honor, are we on the record?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Bay.
We are.
So your matter is on for a probable cause hearing today, Commonwealth? Your Honor, if I may? Yes. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is waiting on the ballistic search that will be required for a probable cause hearing. Your Honor, I would ask for a further probable cause hearing. Your Honor, the Commonwealth does expect to present this case to a grand jury in November. Your Honor, the Commonwealth further learned that the address provided by the defense to the police on her arrest report is a post office building in Arkansas. Further, Your Honor, the Commonwealth has learned that on the bail recognizance slip is the address of a P.O. box, the surety's information. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would respectfully be asking that the next probable cause date be in person. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is making efforts to have that matter be indicted by then.
I object, Your Honor. I object that a probable cause hearing, the defendant must be given an opportunity to cross-examine witnesses and present evidence of his or her own. This is in the Myers versus Commonwealth. This is res judicata, and I know you're familiar with res judicata because you use it in the criminal procedure for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I have submitted affidavits as well as writs that have not been shown or spoken of on the record.
Y'all will also see during this, they won't speak on nothing about probable cause. All they want to talk about really is raise an issue about an address. That's all they want to talk about during this probable cause hearing, as well as the next one.
The law requires proof of jurisdiction to appear on the record of all proceedings. Higgins versus Levine. Is there proof of jurisdiction of record on review? I need to be able to review it. We cannot continue delaying a probable cause hearing because probable cause cannot be determined in hindsight. Okay, it has to be determined before the officer does the arrest. We cannot continue pushing off. If you're doing ballistics are only done as evidence of a crime, which there is no proof that a crime has been, is being, was being, or was about to be committed at the time of the arrest.
Ms. Bay, have you had any contact with Attorney Stephanie Romano? Attorney Romano?
This case needs to be dismissed on the grounds of lack of procedure, lack of jurisdiction, and diversity of citizenship in violation of due process, or remove this to federal court. And to have valid process, the court must be a creature of its constitution that you took an oath to in accord with the law of its creation, i.e. in Article 3, Judge, I have challenged jurisdiction of this court in writing, and jurisdiction once challenged must be proven by the party attempting to assert jurisdiction. The burden of proof is on you, the asserter. We cannot continue to delay probable cause hearings. Let's do a probable cause hearing today because you do not have probable cause. There is no crime that was committed. Is Trooper Crowley present?
Nothing. Silence. Silence.
Is Trooper Crowley present in the courtroom?
Silence.
The Commonwealth is seeking a date in November.
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, Crowley present.
And Your Honor, the Commonwealth is waiting on the ballistic search, of which we will present to which Commonwealth anticipates to present to a grand jury. Your Honor, I'm sorry, when? In November, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the Commonwealth would try to make
courtroom, which he lists himself. Trooper Crowley lists himself as the complainant on the complaint form, which was not signed by a magistrate, which I have submitted copies of that as well. Exhibit M, which I have in front of me. That there is no signature of a magistrate. This complaint should have never been even done. This case should have never been opened. In Rule 3 of the Massachusetts Criminal Procedures, as well as the Federal Rule of Criminal Procedures, the complaint form must be signed under oath and sworn to. I have not been able to face my accuser. That is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. You're violating my Second Amendment rights.
Ms. Bay, Attorney Romano can advise you if you wish to challenge the sufficiency of probable cause for the issuance of the complaint.
I don't want to speak with Stephanie Romano. Her duty is to the courts, not to me. And working for me as well as the courts is a conflict of interest. She cannot represent me.
What date is the Commonwealth requesting? November date, Your Honor. Your Honor, Commonwealth. What date? A 30-day date in November, Your Honor. So I would ask probably towards the end of that 30 days. What date? If November. A moment.
I object, Your Honor. I object, Your Honor. I need to be able.
Your Honor, that's for November 26th, please.
My evidence
26th?
on the record in your courts.
And Your Honor, since this individual has seemed to provide a suitable
The
address,
person that's speaking, what's your name? Can you identify yourself on the record and for the
and
record?
that she be
The
asked
person
to
that's
be ordered to
speaking,
appear in
can you
person
identify
at this
yourself
next date.
on the record and for the record? The person that's speaking, can you identify yourself on the record and for the record?
Ma'am, I already have.
Can you state your name again?
November 26th, we'll put this matter on for probable cause. The Commonwealth anticipates that by that date, the presentation will have been made to the grand jury.
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the
If you do
Commonwealth
not have
can't make attempts to have
probable cause today, there
the
is no
arraignment
probable
in
cause.
your
We are
court
almost
be the
60
same
days
day
after this
on November
arrest.
26th. But Your Honor, we'd ask that the defendant provide confidential information of where she resides to probation, and that next date be in person.
Okay, so the next date will be an
I object.
in-person date. And Ms. Bay, you need to provide a good address so that you'll be able to be contacted.
My honor,
Right.
that is the address where I can be contacted.
So that's a post office, I'm told, in Arkansas?
Yes, Your Honor.
A post office.
4700 East McLean Boulevard in Little Rock, Arkansas, is a post office building.
Okay, so you need to provide a good address. We're going to put your probable cause hearing over
see they
to
be
November
bouncing off each
26th.
You
other.
need to provide, you need to provide answer to
They believe
why
that the
why this criminal
presentation will have
complaint
been made
form
to
is
the
not
grand
signed that I
jury.
submitted on the record and for the record back in September.
Right,
The
so you
magistrate
can
is
discuss that with
supposed to
Attorney
sign it.
Romano.
There
and
is
she
no
can
signature of the
assist you if
magistrate
you
on
want to
this form.
challenge the sufficiency of the issuance of the complaint. Thank you, Ms. Bay.
Y'all are basically
11:26
committing
at
fraud and
9 a.m.
treason at this point, because silence can only be equated to fraud. U.S. versus Twill, you have the moral duty to speak and answer my questions, and you're not doing it.
Matter is continued to November 26,
I also
2021
sent an
at 9
affidavit, which
a.m.
uncontested
for a
affidavits,
probable
unrebutted
cause
affidavits
hearing.
stand as
That matter
true.
to be
That's
conducted
Morris
in
versus
person.
National.
Thank you, Ms. Bay.
You are deemed to know the law. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Owen versus Independence. Officers of the court have no immunity when violating the constitutional rights from liability. Any judge, any magistrate who wars against the Constitution without violating his solemn oath to support it, you're basically warring against the Constitution right now. You're violating your own oath.
All right, so Ms. Bay, we have the next date, which is November 26th at 9 a.m. in person. Thank you. The matter of
Okay. So that was the October 28th probable cause hearing, the second probable cause hearing. And then there was the last one, which was on November, I don't remember the exact date, but it was, matter of fact, it was November 26th, the day after their whole eye day, was the day that they held the next one. So in this one, the magistrate actually let it be known that they did receive the writ of dismissal, in which they basically gonna ignore that. They also was saying something about me not showing up or appearing in person, which I made a special appearance via Zoom, which is also interesting because the terms of the bail. Let me show y'all this. Terms of the bail. Terms of the bail that the magistrate, wrote up: not to possess or carry any firearms, not to drive a motor vehicle without a license. Okay. But they want me to come there in the physical, in the flesh. They want me to come there, which even with the terms of this bail, the only thing they're going to do is turn around and detain me, unlawfully detain me again for violating terms of the bail if I drive up there or if I travel. It really don't even matter. Whatever you call it, they're going to do whatever they want to do. Another thing that's pointed out in this video is their fraud at the first hearing as well as the second probable cause hearing. I was stating how the criminal complaint form is not signed, in which that's not going to stand in federal. It's not going to stand. It's not going to be solid. You can't even take an oath to your own statement. The magistrate didn't sign it. The complainant, which is Trooper Crowley, did not sign it. So the case should have never even been opened. Peace and love. Those of y'all that are asking questions at this point, you're going to have to go back and watch part 1. I will not be able to do a recap right here, right now. Islam.
I am a Yonda Segmesta Abe and proper persona sui juris, all rights preserved. I'm a Moorish American national, a living and breathing woman making special appearance. My honor, are we on the record?
Miss, could you turn your video on?
I have stated before that this court does not have jurisdiction. I've challenged jurisdiction. Jurisdiction has not been proven. In Higgins versus Levine, law requires proof of jurisdiction to appeal.
Video choppy. That's the magistrate. Look at him.
On the
Good morning, Miss Bay.
Do you have proof of jurisdiction on the record for my review?
Silence.
I'm sorry, do we have jurisdiction?
He know what the hell I said.
Do you have proof of jurisdiction on the record for my review? Jurisdiction once challenge must be proved by the party attempting to assert jurisdiction. Magna versus General Motors. If any court finds absence of proof of jurisdiction, persona jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction, territorial jurisdiction, case must be dismissed. Louisville Railroad versus Motley.
Right, so, Miss Bay.
They're not gonna answer none of my questions in this video, y'all. And another thing that's interesting about this video, as well as this hearing that you're gonna see, is they end up throwing DA Jeffrey Graham Van Epps on this fraudulent case. That's the same DA that was on Rosetta Moore's case when their case was still at district court at Malden District Court. My apologies. At Malden District Court. That's the same DA that was on their case. So this man is already known for bouncing around questions, digging up irrelevant information, not answering anything, basically not addressing the matter. That's his whole, that's what he does. So you're going to see in here, they throw him on the case and take John Bach off the case, which John Bach is the DA for the Commonwealth, as well as he was representing Trooper Crowley, as well as he's the person that you send dismissals to have a case dismissed. So how you got somebody that is representing the plaintiff, wannabe plaintiff, you got the same person that's representing the plaintiff, that's who you got to send your dismissal to? Okay.
Did you file a motion to dismiss?
There has been a writ of dismissal sent in and you all received it on November 3rd. Here go proof of it right here. Someone signed it. Notice to agent, notice to principal. Y'all have received it, must be dismissed on the grounds of lack of jurisdiction, defect in criminal complaint procedure, lack of jurisdiction, diversity of citizenship, violation of due process, et al.
Ms. Bay, I have it in my hand right here.
So he basically stated that they did get the writ of dismissal. But they're going to come back and say that the complaint form was signed, meaning that it was signed after the fact. He's also going to claim that he has that's just a defendant copy. We have the original copy. Well, if I have a copy of what you have, mine should be signed too. So it's basically fraud. They went back and signed it, which I read that case law too. You can't be signing documents after the fact. Can't be signing documents after the fact. You can't be signing the criminal complaint after the fact. So they know that they did wrong by doing that, which, like I said, I stated that on the record, for the record, in the first hearing and the second hearing. So now it's like they're trying to put on the record, trying to rebut it. Now they want to address it because they know that complaint form needs to be signed. Yeah, he playing games. Exactly. They playing games. So watch this, because just watch this. Even when they say something about me coming in person, when I show them the terms of the bail, that's when they're gonna get silent. They not expecting you to have a proper defense. And they also don't want me out here being able to prepare a proper defense. And they letting it be known in so many other words that they'd rather have me in custody.
And I have taken the time to read through your filing. So I'll hear you. If you want to be heard, you can go right ahead.
There is no inter-party present. Without corpus delicti, there can be no crime. People versus Lopez. There must be proof that there was a crime committed or about to be committed. Is there a inter-party present today?
So, Ms. Bay, it's not an opportunity to ask questions.
My honor. This is
an opportunity for you to argue your motion to dismiss. So I'll hear from you.
Is there an inter-party present? Is Trooper Crowley present because he's the one that signed the criminal complaint? He's the one that listed himself as the complainant. The complainant must be present. The party must be present. I got the right to face my accuser, 6th Amendment. If there is no corpus delicti, this case must be dismissed. You all have not responded to writs or affidavit at a probable cause hearing. I must be given meaningful opportunity to cross-examine witnesses and present evidence of my own. I sent in exhibits, 20 exhibits to be exact. And your criminal complaint procedure that was sent to you and all clerk magistrates and district court judges by the Chief Justice, complaints must be signed. Trooper Crowley did not sign the criminal complaint. I have a copy of it here as well as.
So watch, he gonna come back and say, oh, it was signed. So you saw what I have in that it was not signed. It was not signed, okay? And he's gonna say that's the court copy. In res judicata, it states that before somebody even signs that document, before somebody even signs it, they have to swear and take an oath to the words that they put in the complaint before they even sign it. Meaning, if I have a copy of one unsigned and you've already detained me, unlawfully detained me once, at the arraignment, unlawfully detained me once again, receiving bail once again, which is also double jeopardy to detain somebody for the same charges more than once. I've already done the arraignment, detained in there, and then that's when they bring me the criminal complaint. So even at that time, all of that stuff going on, there was no signed criminal complaint.
I put a copy of the exhibit on file, Exhibit M. No signature by the judge or magistrate, as well as Trooper Crowley did not sign the criminal complaint. The complaint must be signed under in part 3.24, as well as in Commonwealth versus Barheight, as well as Commonwealth versus Hanley.
See him laughing.
So, Ms. Bay, I do have a copy of the complaint
You
in
see
my
they
hand. It is signed by a member of the state police.
You see they playing, right? And he said it was signed by a member of the state police, not the magistrate. He never even said that he signed it. He never even said that he signed it. And he said a member, not the complainant. Not the complainant, not Trooper Crowley. It was signed by a member of the state police. These people playing games.
It is not signed. It is not signed, and it was not sworn to under oath. Here it is right here. If you signed it after the fact, that's only evidence of fraud. It is proper for the complainant to sign it, not to be filled in later. Commonwealth versus Hanley.
Ms. Bay?
Here's Commonwealth versus Hanley. You can't be filling in stuff later or after the fact. And up under that mask, he's smirking up under that mask, and you could tell. Because they really playing. All they want to do is inconvenience. This ain't even about paperwork. This ain't even about paperwork.
So the copy that you received would be, I think it says at the top, the defendant's copy. The original copy is what I have here. So the clerk's office generates. The clerk's office generates.
It was not after the fact.
I understand.
It states the undersigned complainant on behalf of the.
So Ms. Bay, we can't both talk at the same time, then we won't have the ability to communicate. So the copy that you received is an unsigned copy. The original copy that's in your file that you have access to here in the clerk's office is signed by the trooper. It's signed by the complainant, and it indicates that it was sworn out before one of the clerk magistrates.
It wasn't sworn to. If it's signed now, it was signed after the fact because I have a copy of it. It was signed.
As I just pointed out to you, the copy that you are provided at the time of the arraignment is an unsigned copy. This is the original copy.
There is no crime.
Okay, go right ahead.
There is no corpus delicti, so there is no crime.
So
another thing I want to say.
When you say there's no corpus delicti.
Look how he playing. He know exactly what this means. When you say there's no corpus delicti, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
There is no injured party. For a crime to be present, there must be an injured party. You know exactly what I'm talking about, and you're familiar with res judicata because it's stated and cited in your criminal complaint procedures for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Look at him.
Another thing, one of the charges that y'all have, the large capacity feeding device, the magazines that are with that arms were actually 10-round magazines, which was sent in a proof of purchase showing that the magazines were a 10-round, not more than 10-round, which in the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, as well as Massachusetts criminal procedure, it states that a large capacity feeding device has to be more than 10 rounds. See Jackson versus City. Even then, even more than 10 rounds is also, to outlaw that is unconstitutional. It's also against the Second Amendment. If I have the right to bear arms according to the Second Amendment and pursuant to the Second Amendment, I also have the right to bear the magazines as well as the barrels and anything that comes along with it so that I can use the arms that I have the right to keep and bear.
You know what I'm talking about. They just silent.
This is a probable cause hearing, the third probable cause hearing at that. The third probable cause hearing, there is no probable cause. Probable cause cannot be determined in hindsight. Probable cause must be determined before the officer even makes the arrest. That's Beauchamp versus City of Noblesville, Hebron versus Tooby, Connor versus Bryant, and Beck versus Ohio.
Silence. Look at them.
All codes, rules, regulations are unconstitutional and lacking due process. That's Rodriguez versus Ray Donahan. Any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. This is a probable cause hearing.
Silence. Look at them. Look at Van Epps.
Along with lack of jurisdiction and diversity of citizenship, I am not a legal identity referred to me as such as denationalization and genocide, 18 U.S.C. 1091, defamation, 28 U.S.C. 4101, deprivation of rights under criminal law. You all have been extorting me at Aaliyah.
Look at him.
You all have been violating due process. Trooper Crowley, with his inventory report that he did, the inventory search that he did was unconstitutional. He claimed that the probable cause or subject matter was registration, in which registration, car or automobile does not register is also not a crime. The search that was conducted turned into a investigatory search. The state cannot diminish rights of the people. Hurtado versus California.
Okay.
Any evidence that's obtained by searches and seizures in violation of federal constitution is inadmissible in a criminal trial in a state of court. If the subject matter is registration, he cannot turn an inventory search into an investigatory search, and any so-called evidence that's found during that inventory search cannot be admitted for a trial.
Look at him. They soulless.
In Commonwealth versus Ortiz, the inventory search may not be allowed to become a cover or pretext investigative search. And they use the inventory search as a pretext, cover, and guise to do a broad search of an automobile and its contents and justify their willful intent to investigate the arms while violating due process of law. And even upon disarm, there still was no probable cause to believe that a crime had been, was being, or about to be committed. As I stated earlier, no injured party, no crime. He conspired with others to deprive me of my rights. He even stated in the report that he discovered the firearm. They left everything in place, posted surveillance. That means that he turned the inventory search into an investigatory search to put the items back in place. Watch me walk to the automobile and then come and unlawfully detain me, claiming it to be for registration. And now you all have all of these unlawful alleged charges.
Good.
Any evidence that you have should be and must be suppressed because there was never a crime committed. There was never proof that a crime was committed. He did not have probable cause at all.
Look at him.
If this was due to registration, if this was due Due to registration, as he stated, the car should have been towed and taken to the tow yard. But instead, he goes into the trunk, a locked trunk at that, a locked trunk, and turned an inventory search into an investigatory search. You cannot put items back in place and basically plot, and conspire with others to come up with other unlawful charges. He already knew where the arms was, meaning he had already been in it. It's in the arrest narrative that this is the method that he did it. This is the way that he did it. There was no search warrant for this automobile at all. So any evidence that you have is inadmissible now or at trial. Commonwealth versus Ortiz.
Look at him, just
Also, Wolf versus Colorado. All evidence obtained by searches, seizures in violation of federal constitution is inadmissible in a criminal trial in a state court.
exactly what the brother said in the comments. This is the same matter that Raza Moores is dealing with. The charges are exact. The charges are the same matter. Perjury on the record, as he said. You have Moores unlawfully detained and in their custody at this moment who have the same exact charges. And then you have some Moores that are not in their custody that have the same exact charges. They know that crimes are not being committed. They know that. So basically, they just want to inconvenience people. That's why you have some of those brothers that have been released and some still in there, because they know that they can do whatever they want, how they want, because that's how they operate. Fraud.
So as I started to say, I just wanted to say for the record that Attorney Stephanie Romano was appointed to represent Ms. Bay, is appearing as well on the Zoom video conference.
They're trying to throw her on me again at this one.
As I stated at the other hearings, my honor, Stephanie Romano cannot represent me. She cannot speak for me. I'm in proper persona at all times and at all points in time. I speak for myself. Her duty is not to me. Her duty is to the courts.
Is there anything further that you wanted to express to the court?
I also have witness affidavits. All of this is on file. 20 exhibits. You have it.
Okay. So with respect to your motion to dismiss, anything further?
They playing.
Stephanie Romano has been dismissed back in September.
So Ms. Bay, with respect to your,
you do have that.
with respect to your argument in support of your motion to dismiss, is there anything else that you wanted to tell the court?
The court does not have jurisdiction. I've stated that there is no injured party. All of the alleged charges, none of them are crimes. I have the right to bear arms. You have taken an oath to the Constitution, which you're in violation of. You're in violation of the treaty. You're committing fraud. You're committing treason. You're continuing to attempt to extort me. There is no corpus delicti. Trooper Crowley is not even present. How come Trooper Crowley isn't present?
Silence.
Where's Trooper Crowley?
Silence.
Where is Trooper Crowley? He lists himself as the complainant. My honor, where is Trooper Crowley?
Silence. They don't even want to talk about the injured part. They won't even answer the question. And they know they can't answer this question on the record. They know they can't answer this question because he's not present.
Where's Trooper Crowley? Why isn't proof of jurisdiction on the record? Where's your delegation of authority from Congress? Are you an Article 3 judge?
Silence on everything.
Silence. Silence is fraud. Silence can only be equated to fraud because you got the moral duty to speak. And you leaving inquiries left unanswered, and it's intentionally misleading. U.S. versus 12. Any allegations an affidavit in support of a motion is considered true. Unrebutted affidavits stand as true. Morris versus National.
All right, so Ms. Bay, appearing on behalf of the Commonwealth is Assistant District Attorney Grand Van Epps.
So this is why they introduce Van Epps to speak. He's just gonna be bouncing around the same way he was doing on the case with the brothers. He also has been recently introduced to this case, so he don't know what's going on with it, and you can tell that he all over the place when he get to talking. He don't know what's going on with it, but they still gonna be bouncing off of each other and feeding off of each other's low vibrational energy so that they can come to the so-called conclusion that they come to. But they're gonna claim that I've been indicted. They're gonna claim that there's a warrant out, and if they see me, they're gonna detain me, they're gonna arrest me. And then when they said something about I'm supposed to be there in person when I present the terms of the bail, because I have a copy of that. I have the proof of that. Him basically stating that, oh, you're not supposed to drive. Once I showed them that, then he gets silent again. They start changing stuff up again, start bouncing off each other again, talking about the court. Basically, if I had showed up that day, they was going to detain me. That's basically what they're saying in other words.
Give him an opportunity to address the court with respect to.
So where's John Bach? Where's John Bach? Where's John Bach? That's who was representing Trooper Crowley in the Commonwealth last hearing.
Right. It appears that Assistant District Attorney Van Epps is representing the Commonwealth today.
Morning, Judge.
Prosecutor, sir, did you wish to be heard?
Just briefly.
So you see that they're calling him the prosecutor as well as calling him the DA. You can't play both positions.
Today is a probable cause hearing. An indictment was returned by the grand jury on the 16th. There was a summons mailed to the defendants, two addresses, the address she gave to the police, which I'll talk about in a second, and to an address we found with the Arkansas DMV on the 17th. I mentioned this because the last time this case was before the court,
he don't know nothing.
This was set for an in-person hearing under the thinking that the defendant would be traveling up from Arkansas and we could do any and all proceedings in this court or in Superior Court on this.
What I'm gonna go up there for? And yes, these people sitting in our seats. They sitting in our seats. He ain't talking about nothing. And yes, it is conflict of interest. You can't be prosecuting and representing Islam. Gratitude.
Same day. We also pointed out to the court on the last date that the address she gave to the police, 4700 East McCain Boulevard.
They don't even want to talk about probable cause. They want to talk about an address. An address. So you know that a crime has not been committed. If I had committed a crime, they'd have been on me. They'd have been on me. I wouldn't even got released. I wouldn't even got released if a crime was committed with my arms.
In Arkansas was actually that of a U.S. post office of Eco and Google Earth. And the defendant was told to
They don't want to talk about the
contact
crime
information with this court's probation. I don't think that's happened. She's not here in person.
I object, Your Honor. I object, Your Honor.
And it's on the docket sheet, Judge.
Let the prosecutor finish, please.
So, obviously, she won't be able to be arraigned at Superior Court today because she's not appearing. She's already told the court that she doesn't believe that there's any jurisdiction over her and that the proceedings are fraudulent.
You
So I
haven't
doubt that
proved
there's any
jurisdiction.
chance that she's going to appear.
Jurisdiction is not even on the record. If you have it, prove it.
So I would suggest that there's actually a basis to default her and forfeit the bail. But she has been indicted.
So you heard him say that I've been indicted. So watch things change up when they find out that I have proof that basically of the terms of the bill. Like I got a copy of it. Things going to change up. Oh, well, maybe we need to do an arraignment for superior on Zoom instead, because y'all know this has been presented on the record and for the record. Now you got to change things up.
Okay. So Miss Bay, with respect to your
I object.
with
I
respect
object.
to your
You see
motion
the address
to
to
dismiss
contact, the address
today,
that's on file is a method for you to contact. You're telling me to drive up there and come in person. Then you set the terms of the bail stating no driving, set the terms of the bail, no driving, no firearms. And you want me to drive to appear in person? I'm making a special appearance to clear up this matter here right now. You set the terms of the bail, no driving, and you're telling me to drive up there. So then you can detain me, unlawfully detain me once again for violation of bail. On the record, for the record.
Silence.
To drive up there.
He thinking like what I'm gonna say after this? What can I even say after this? Oh my gosh. Look at that.
And you set the terms of the bail. You just want to
be like, dang, I didn't even know she was gonna show that. I did set the terms of the bail. I did set the terms of the bail. That's what he's thinking right now. And it's already been shown on the record, for the record. It's already been shown. You can't undo that. You can't undo that. He ain't even got nothing to say at this point. They finna have to change up some stuff and watch how they're bouncing off of each other. The magistrate is gonna be giving him clues, making little eye winks and head nods and everything else. So watch how the magistrate be giving him clues. Watch how they bounce off of each other with what they're saying, because they really playing games.
Fraud. Wannabe government corporations receiving Federal Reserve notes in commerce.
Silence still.
You set the terms of the bail, no driving.
as you've heard from the Commonwealth, you have been indicted with respect to these charges.
About it.
A summons has been sent to the addresses that you've provided, and you haven't appeared pursuant to the summons. You should understand that you're going to subject yourself to being arrested, which means if you're arrested and the court's not in session, you could be held in custody. So you may want to address that outstanding summons right.
You see how they be quickly escalating these situations? All of this over supposedly the probable cause starting out as registration, them finding arms, them just blowing it up and escalating. Oh, let's put it back in place. Oh, let's see who comes to the car, because I want to know who owns it. I want to know who's carrying. And literally blowing this up. And they talking about an address. They talking about I'm indicted. They want me in custody. They threatening me.
Right away.
Look at him.
What I can do is I can hold. So
look at his eye. Watch this right here.
Summons was issued out of.
Watch this.
Superior
See?
Court?
Watch that.
And it was sent to two addresses.
See what I'm talking about?
If you give me a minute, I can just tell you what addresses it was sent to.
That's what I'm talking. He gave him the cue, like, respond to this in a way you know how to respond to this. Let me go back a little bit. He did that little eye wink and that head nod, like, you did say this is going to superior, right? Please say something about superior, because I need you to save me right now.
You may want to address that outstanding summons right away.
They ain't addressing nothing.
What I can do is I can hold. So the EDA Van Epp, the summons was issued out of Superior Court.
Yeah, and it was sent to two addresses. Like if you give me a minute, I can just tell you what
You see how they do? They just bouncing off of each other. They just bouncing off of each other. I'm gonna run that back one more time so you can see what I'm talking about.
What I can do.
They literally be playing. Yeah, he basically told Van Epps what to say.
EDA Van Epp,
Watch this.
Summons was issued out of Superior Court.
Yeah, and it was sent to two addresses. Like if you give me a minute, I can just tell you what addresses it was sent to.
They just bouncing off of each other.
Okay, but with respect to any request for a default warrant, wouldn't the appropriate venue be Superior Court, where the
Never the appropriate venue
to appear before a Superior Court judge for an arraignment?
That's correct, Judge. But for these proceedings, this defendant was told on the last date to be here in person and to update her contact information with probation. And she hasn't done so, and it seems very clear from her arguments that
you wanted an address.
I understand.
That is an address for contacting. My private information is protected by the Fifth Amendment. Okay, my private information is protected by the Fifth Amendment. You're just planning to do more conspiring in violation of 18241 and 242. The right of privacy is my right to be free from unwarranted publicity. Holloman versus Life Insurance Company.
Well, Ms. Bay, as I suggested, Ms. Bay, you may want to provide an address and appear in response to that summons for an arraignment in the Superior Court of Middlesex County. Otherwise, it's likely that a Superior Court judge is going to issue an arrest warrant.
My Honor, Norton versus
That would give you an opportunity to litigate the case in the court where it sounds like the prosecution is going to be pursued, which would be Superior Court, Middlesex County. So for your own purposes,
Honor, this is a
you should want to avoid being arrested on an outstanding warrant. And if you wish to litigate the value of the legitimacy of the prosecution, you can do that in Middlesex Superior Court. So it's likely that the next step would be the Commonwealth will be asking a Superior Court judge to issue in a default warrant because you didn't appear for the summons, which was sent to the addresses that you provided to the court.
You're also not answering my questions on why Triple Crowley is not present.
With respect to my default argument, for this court to issue a default, it's simply that she was told to be here, she was told to update information, she hasn't done so.
I understand.
Just so the record's clear.
So today, shall we pick a
Yeah, this
date?
is a probable cause hearing. This is a probable cause hearing to confirm.
Respond and be arraigned.
And this is a third probable cause hearing. The only thing you want to talk about is the address. What does the address have to do with probable cause? What does the address have to do with probable cause?
ADA Van Epp, you want to suggest a
You
date?
can't determine probable cause in hindsight.
We could put it on for status, whatever's good.
If he didn't have probable cause to issue the arrest, all of this needs to be dismissed.
So we pick a 30-day date?
That's fine.
Okay. So why don't we say 30 days from today, why don't we say, is the date in between Christmas and New Year's?
Third probable cause hearing.
Could we do the 29th? Would that be all right?
The 29th, so that'll be Wednesday, December 29th. All right, so we'll put the matter on for status on that day. And like I suggest, Ms. Bay, you may want to consult with Attorney Romano, who is still standing by as your counsel. Should you have any questions?
I don't need Attorney Romano. Okay.
Okay. So I wish you
You cannot
will be Wednesday, December 29th.
Your Honor, may I just make one suggestion?
So
Not
now
to,
she
to
wants
reopen
off.
this, but she is on the Zoom today. Before
They basically trying to save him at this point because you can't be doing an indictment and arraignments as superior and you still have not stated whether you have or have not found probable cause. They still have not stated that. They do not want to talk about the quote unquote crime. They don't want to talk about the injured party. They don't want to talk about probable cause. This is a probable cause hearing and they ain't even talking about probable cause. The injured party is not there. Trooper Crowley, who listed himself as the complainant. They blowing this up and escalating this bigger than what it is. And now they talking about indicting and wanting to find out, well, I'm resting my head.
the court, is there a way that she could schedule perhaps a Zoom arraignment today rather than have a 30-day date and a further probable cause hearing? Is that something?
I don't want to speak for the Commonwealth, but I shouldn't, so I'll let the Commonwealth respond to that question.
How he playing all them positions? He represents the Commonwealth. He the DA. He the prosecuting attorney.
I've done them on some occasions. She's of course free to contact the criminal clerk's office and the trade center.
Well, we're not talking about the district court now. We're talking about Superior Court.
Right. They've done them on some occasions. I don't know if they'd be willing to do one here. Since I have that case scheduled for an 11 o'clock.
Now they trying to say, oh, well, she may have to do it on Zoom because yo, dumbass, did set the terms of the bail saying I can't quote unquote drive up there. So now they trying to fix that up and sweep it up under the rug. We're going to have to do another Zoom session.
Arraignment. I'll mention it to the magistrate that would normally do the arraignment and see what he or she thinks. I noticed the defendant's already turned the video off, so I don't think she's likely to appear anyway.
You don't know what I'm likely to do.
So I'll leave that up to the Commonwealth.
Watch him smirk. Look at him smirking.
Okay.
Look at him smirking. This is a game to them. This is a game.
Hearing December 29th at 9 a.m.
It's a game. So the next hearing is December 29th, which is this Wednesday. They're going to be doing a status hearing because Van Epps was trying to pull stuff out his ass talking about an arraignment as superior, but he basically didn't have his information straight. If you pay attention to that status hearing this upcoming Wednesday on the 29th December. I really just wanted to give y'all an update on that. I know I haven't been very public with this, but I really feel like this information needs to be heard, seen, maybe to help somebody else in their enforcement. They're going to continue playing games. They're going to continue playing games, and they're doing what they're doing because they're being allowed to do it. Ain't no telling what they're going to say the next hearing. It seems like they just keep on coming up with stuff to prolong everything. But they've definitely received multiple documents some more case law pertaining to this unlawful search. See if they'll let this show. According to the arrest report, Trooper Crowley went into the trunk of the automobile, which was locked, violating my right to due process of law, my right to life, liberty, and property, Fifth Amendment, and violating the Fourth Amendment that protects against unlawful searches and seizures. Trooper Crowley claimed to be doing an inventory search. The alleged purpose of an inventory search is to determine whether the vehicle contains any valuable objects that need to be safeguarded or whether there are weapons that might fall into the hands of vandals. And you can look that information up for yourself. Most policy enforcer platforms, whatever it is that they use, you're going to find the same definition, and they claim that that's what an inventory search is for. According to the purpose of the inventory search, the troopers were supposed to safeguard the arms from being stolen, not use it against me as the car was being towed for quote-unquote registration, which is not a crime, Cal versus Farley. As claimed by Trooper Sean C. Crowley and recorded on his body cam, the inventory search was used as a subterfuge for an unlawful entry into a constitutionally protected area. The arms were seized under the guise of an automobile inventory search to justify an unlawful search and seizure and false arrest. An inventory search conducted as a pretext for an investigatory search violates the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution. The Massachusetts Appeals Court affirmed a Superior Court judge's order suppressing a large amount of cocaine because the state police improperly searched the car under the guise of an inventory search, Commonwealth versus Ortiz. All evidence obtained by searches and seizures in violation of the federal constitution is inadmissible in a criminal trial in the state court, Wolf versus Colorado. The right to park or travel is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen, cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Kent versus Dulles.
Islam Moors. Peace and love to all the Moors worldwide. We're here. That was Mother Yanga Bay and the criminal activity. The criminal activity that's been going on with her, just her, right? When you check it, you see that the criminal activity is going on with everybody. And all of this is not just stemming from them being criminals, but a lot of it stems from our people not exercising their rights, which gives these criminals the power that they have. Our people supporting, financing, doing everything to acknowledge everything else except their own birthright. And now here we are, looking at this criminal activity take place. But what we want to make sure that we do is to make sure that it's on the record. To make sure that it's on the record that Moors have been standing up. Righteous, honorable, faithful Moors have been to the hedges and the highways with this information. Hedges and the highways with this information. Doing our best to wake up our people, because we already know that our people are not Negro, black, colored, they're Moors. I don't care what they call themselves, they're Moors. And until they accept and embrace this side of it, this is what we're going to be dealing with, Moors included. So this is not a thing of, well, she shoulda, and the bonds, and we're not talking about her. This has nothing to do with her. This has to do with these criminals out here. This has to do with these criminals out here that are playing games. These criminals like Abraham, all caps L, talking about Noble Drew Ali, spelling Drew, D-R-U. And you never seen that everywhere. Where you seen that before? You seen that anywhere in Noble Drew Ali's literature? Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found will you see Drew spelled D-R-U. But these are the people who are allowing the criminals, the European foreign colonist criminals, to do what it is that they're doing right now to everybody, including the pandemic stuff, including everything else that's going on, whether it's go inside people's account, stealing stuff, right? And nobody's mistaken spelling Drew. Stop the BS. EW is far from you on the damn thing. EW is far from you. So Islam, brother Yusuf, I know you're bubbling over there.
Islam.
Islam, more.
That's yeah. And if you misspelling Drew, there's no reason to even respond to you in the first place because you're already incompetent if you can't spell Drew correctly. That can't be I misspelled it. No, I don't want to hear that.
We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that.
But Grand Sheik, I want to give thanks to the mother first of all, because her demonstration and her previous demonstrations that she's been doing are all inspiring and perfect. Like I love what she's doing, standing on her square, you know, for the future generations of the up and coming Moors. You know what I mean? I always look at it as a historical moment, even though the colonists and the sellouts are gonna promote it in another way. In the Moorish historical way, that's always going to be known what she's done. So I want to give thanks to her big time for what she's doing.
Islam. And all the other Moors who we know, who we don't know, whose cases we heard about, whose cases we never heard about. Honors to all you Moors for standing on your square, and honors to you Moors for getting kidnapped on behalf of all the other Moors out here who, you know what I mean, might not be in those situations or whatever. Your sacrifice does not go unnoticed. So honors to all the Moors worldwide.
Big time honors. I love them Moors, man. Big time, man. I love y'all. I give thanks for y'all. Big time for that. Big time, man. That keep me going. You know what I mean? Let me know that my life ain't just, you know what I mean? Y'all doing that. Me, my son, my consanguinity. You know what I mean? We all appreciate that big time.
Islam. So we got a couple articles. We're just going to put these out here just so people could have a reference point with regard to, you know, who the criminals are. Stop looking at Moors as Moors did something wrong or Moors can't do something right or whatever. How about look at the corruption that's right in your face, that, you know, the Bay State Banner is going to tell you. Reporting since 1965. And they had a report from the 1990s warning of lax oversight with this quote unquote state of Massachusetts that we should know by now. We should know by now. It should be confirmed that if these guns are criminal, probably all of them are criminal.
Right.
I don't care if they dismiss your stuff. They're still criminal. I don't care if you sued and they gave you the $5 million. They're still criminal.
Yep.
Anything that they do is criminal because they're in a land that's not their own.
Absolutely. Here we go.
Right? Period.
Islam, Grand Sheik.
Yeah, peace more. Go ahead.
Just real quick, because I want people to comprehend that this is the foundation. Like, so when the mother goes in that whole time saying that they don't respect anything, they just do whatever they want. She kept saying it. This is the foundation. So when anybody who promotes, the state police this, the Massachusetts State Police said that the Moors this, remember, this is their foundation as a criminal organization. This is who you're speaking of. You're speaking of an organization that is criminal from its inception. It's not, these officials, good people, they're the right ones, they're the No. We're talking about a criminal organization from its inception. All that other stuff is fraud. We're dealing with a criminal organization that's been that from its inception. So that's the foundation. And then the mother fighting and everything else goes on. Like I want, that's why I need more to comprehend, and the sellouts and whoever else who's watching this video, comprehend the fact that those organizations are criminal from its inception. Islam, Grand Sheik.
Islam, Brother Kasir.
Islam Moors.
Peace
Oh
more.
yeah. I
Islam,
got
boy.
up here. Islam no. I got up here because this Abram L is in the chat acting like he come from some super certified registered temple. And what's the provisions on a registered Moor? GS. What's a registered Moor?
A registered more came out their mom.
He's saying that the prophet had a registered Moor system, and I'm like, oh, like the Moor Science Temple. I mean, the Holy Temple. I mean, my fault. The Moorish Temple of Science. That would be the civic organization that he did in 25. Under the law. So, and then when he pushes it into the religious organization 28, that covers the civic side with religious protections. So, like the exemptions how they were supposed to be. But people like him, he goes and makes these claims or whatever, and people listen to it as like some form of truth. So I would just ask him, come up on this chat real quick, explain to me, what you mean? What is a certified Moor? What is that? Tell me
Please explain it,
why
brother
CMB,
Kaiser.
why does CMB all of a sudden not matter? What happened? What happened? Because it's a certain chapter 6, that all Moors should just brush over if they haven't looked over it in a minute. And it's basically, you won't stand trial if you stay out of the troubles of everything commercial. Basically, he explains all the commercial crimes when he the lewdness to selling drugs. That's all commercial crimes. So my whole thing was like, all right, if all crimes are commercial, even when they're assuming that we did something, if all crimes are commercial, why do I want to go to a jurisdiction like one of their venues? Why not just handle it in private administrative claim? So, because when I say private, I'm talking about going through arbitration. Like literally, there's a different form of court from litigation called mitigation. Under like when you go to the divorce court, how that magistrate, he tries to give like a ruling for both parties to have a good have so both of them basically get something good out of the play. It's like a fair is the key. So equity is fair. That's what equity means. So like, if I have a situation with a corporation, I don't want to go into the state or local or city courts venues to deal with a corporation, because that's they're all in cahoots. But in an arbitration, I could actually handle him privately. And if you look at any time y'all had a job or read the applications of a employment that you had, it'll tell you they only agree to do they only agree to, if you want to take them into lawsuit, only under arbitration. Why? Why do jobs do that and put you in a way where if you want to sue them, you got to see them in arbitration? You can't bring them in litigation in like your policy if you get a job. So now, if I'm dealing with a different form of corporation that just uses a different form of language, they're talking about what a car note or my freedom, right? I'm going to handle that same claim as a like a debt against me, and that debt has to get spoken upon. So I have to speak upon it's the debt, like how he was saying outstanding summons, and he just basically everything the mother said, he act like he didn't hear that and went right back to outstanding summons because he's an administrator. Literally, she can say whatever he wants. All he's there to do is take the fiat that she has because she's there. It like the only way for you to have your special appearance to challenge jurisdiction is to send a piece of paper showing who you are, what you're connected to, and what you're planning to do. Send it to them and make sure it gets to them. If you want to make sure it gets to them, you can send another Moor into the court to put your papers in for you. That's called a special appearance. If you go to court, you waived your private administrative claim. You get that, right? If you go to court, you waived it.
But that also depends on the jurisdiction, because like I was saying in the chat out here, that idea of the private is called in chambers hearing. That what I think she's going up for next is the status hearing, where they're supposed to be off the court floor, figure out whatever needs to be figured out, and then whatever is figured out, is brought to the court floor. Same thing with um financial stuff. When I went to court for credit cards, when they put the credit cards to small claims, the judge said, well, based on all the evidence presented, I'm not even hearing this.
Exactly.
You guys need
Thank
to go,
you.
you guys need to go
Thank
in
you.
the back, go figure out what
Thank
you're
you.
going to figure out, and then bring whatever you're figuring out to the quote unquote court, and then
Boom.
we'll figure out where we're gonna go. So exactly, there has to be
You
some
you
type
you just
of
explained the
outside venue.
arbitration process,
Yeah, there
like
has
the
to be some type
private,
of outside venue.
right, private venue. The judge doing it, ruled upon it with competent party, and you bring that to their incompetency in their system, and then they ruled on that, not you.
Oh, don't let me cut you, because here's Abron in here right now. Islam,
It's on. It's on.
Abranel, are you there? Abranel, we can't hear you.
It's on. Yeah. It's on.
Abranel.
Silence
Did
of the
he come just to
lambs.
listen?
We just
Silence of the lambs.
He came just to listen.
Oh, oh,
we just removed him.
Clarice.
We
Oh,
just removed
Clarice.
him.
Silence of the lambs. Oh, Clarice.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
we
dude.
just boot him off because you can't tell you Islam 3 times and then you're not saying anything, and then you're sending private messages about you're in there. Push the link. When we say Islam, that means time for you to talk.
Oh, and for any other Moors to listen to him, I know it sounds, every time they come through, it sounds good. It sounds like some stuff you never heard, and remedy, and it could work. Don't listen to what he's saying. There ain't no such thing as no certified Moors. Y'all should know this stuff already. If I'm born a Moor, how could I go to a venue to get them to tell me that I'm a Moor or recognize my Moors? What about my mother? What about her womb? What about her ancestry? No, because if I leave my mother's ancestry out, then I don't even see that there's a Guanahata Bays that are from America that worship or that created the god Atabey before Tainos. So there were Bays in America before Bays in Turkey. Same thing with Pasha. If you want to say Pasha from Turkey, you got the Pasha over here.
There are bays in America before Drew Ali. Stop playing games.
Stop it. And
Hey,
Ali.
Branell. Hey, Branell. We're talking to you again. You're saying you can't hear. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Come on, man. This stuff is like you playing games, bro. Then you're getting up here to not say anything, just to keep the class in confusion. So basically, class, he just basically showed that he ain't really coming with nothing. He just trying to confuse you on there.
Exactly. That's what I'll be saying.
Islam, brother Malik.
Oh, Islam
family.
Islam, boy.
Yeah, and like Cujo was saying, like out here in this corporate jurisdiction I'm in too, like if you don't show up for the venue, they try to come basically do harm and kidnap your flesh and shit. So that's why you got to show up to the venue. But I always found my wrist, and like the mother was saying, same thing with me. The exact same play out. Like them not trying to honor the wrist, talking over you. They trying to go into this argue the subject matter instead of the issue of jurisdiction. That's the matter right there. Is jurisdiction. Y'all don't even have the jurisdiction to even be proceeding in this matter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to stand up for it. It's like I tell people, these are teaching tools. Like whether people think that we get remedy from them or not, we got to show people that, for one, we're not afraid to stand up for our rights. And like I tell people all the time, just because these criminals are not honoring our writs or acting like they don't know who Moors are, that don't mean that what we're saying is wrong or that the writs are not real or the remedy is not there. Eventually that stuff will be solved. It just has to be placed in a different venue, but it will be, you know what I'm saying, eventually handled, because all this stuff is being placed on the record. And one thing that people forget is that energy of how Allah work. If Allah wanted to be done, it's gonna be done, whether y'all think so or not. This all could be shaping up to be one big hurrah in the end, where what I'm going through, what brother Jamal and them going through, what the sister going through, and other Moors that's going through these venues and kidnappings and all that is shaping up one big build up that I guess they keep forgetting how we keep showing through all these paradigms that this Moorish energy is real. This Moorish paradigm is real. Here we are, we going into 2022 according to their calendar, Moorish calendar 1442. We still talking about the same thing that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali was talking about in 1913. So how is it not real? And even before, like we just saying, even before the Prophet, because they tend to think that, oh, we Moors because of Noble Drew Ali, when he was the one that showed us that we was Moors before that. That's why he said go back to the mindset of your ancient. If he telling us to go back to the mind of our ancient mothers and fathers and that we were Moors, that would mean that there was Moors before Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And I'm like, y'all are so stupid.
But it's something. The Prophet, bro. This dude, man, he was trying to like he knew about the time that we didn't know about, so he was gonna put us on to that time. Like y'all was Moors, y'all was Bedouins, y'all was the ancient Saracens, all of that good stuff. But I'm going to show you a new light. More. Do you know that the Prophet would have stood trial for a murder with the Moors at the court as the supreme grand jury, and he kind of touched on that. He hinted towards it. He was like, "Yo, I go to bat at whatever day after he got released he said this to the Moors. I go to bat. I want to see the Moors present because I go to bat and face the grand jury." I think he was talking about those Moors that was going to show up. Because what other grand jury is there in the United Statesians, right? Only nation here is Americans, and that would be the Moors that popped up as the supreme grand jury. Prophet would have had a supreme grand jury of a nation representing him, facing a corporation trying to try him for a murder that he didn't commit.
Yeah, that's
So
why they
we
had
would
to
have had a
kill him.
case law called Noble Drew Ali. Moors didn't murder nobody. You can't. A damn case law called Noble Drew Ali versus the United States, and he won.
You feel me? That's why I said that's why they had to kill him, because they know how Pat. And see, that's what I was telling in my broadcast last week. That's what they are seeing now in real time. They're seeing 7-Eleven. They're seeing 1925. They're seeing 1928. You know what I'm saying? When we walking around with these fizzes and turbans on, they know this not no game. They know we not just wearing this to be wearing. To wear this is not only takes bravery, it takes the mindset. They automatically know when you got that on your head, he's of something different. Like he's not the one that's sitting around being a sheep. He's one of those ones that really know what's up, whether they dirty or not, because even the dirty ones know the real. They just choose to be dirty. You know what I'm saying? So to wear this, you automatically know that I'm out of that box of Negro, black, and color. So you shouldn't even be coming at me like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's how Moors are basically presenting to the rest of the world. Like, we different. Y'all already know this. We got so much paperwork and proof through y'all venues and documents that attest to us being who we are, that we ain't even gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like Kashir said, basically be showing up in these venues. The paperwork's supposed to precede you, but the way they like to play it, because of these dirty Moors, they feel like, oh, we could go kidnap these Moors. You know what I'm saying? Because they seeing what they seeing, like I be saying in my territory, they seeing that one Moor, that's that few faithful Moors standing up by itself. He's not surrounded by a body of Moors that's if they messing with him, they messing with everybody else. But I don't trip off that, because this is the way that Allah wanted it, and this is the way the Prophet wanted it. Like the Grand Sheik was saying, one of the broadcasts, see, when you really study, you know what the prophet was talking about when he's referring to the few faithful Moors, then he referring to the member Moors.
Yeah.
We not so-called member Moors. We are those few faithful Moors. So he probably spread us out to be that one in those particular territories to stand up and simultaneously hit them from all them different directions. That's why all us going through this all at the same time. This not no coincidence. This by design. And that's how I look at everything. Like it's shaping up for something. Like the prophet said, we're on a journey unknown. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know what the prophet is shaping us up for. Everybody sitting back laughing, thinking no remedy is gonna be handed down, or none of these problems are gonna be solved. Just wait and watch. Like the prophet said, if they don't believe me, believe my prophecies. Just watch. That's
And
what I tell people.
The prophet said, when we following him,
Say that again, Kasir. So we carry you.
You might want to mute, Kasir. Yeah, it's like Trinidad James. Don't believe me, just watch. For real.
Islam, more weird.
Islam.
All right,
yeah, you might have muted.
Yeah, the phone call threw me off. They damn, I forgot what I was saying. Shit, dang.
You were saying something about the prophet. Something about the prophet.
Yeah, following. If we followed him, that's the last thing.
Oh yeah, like he said.
Yeah, you were saying the prophet said follow him.
He was saying the plan he brought is not unknown and like some mystery. Like, so we follow him, then we good as far as like our travels and transverses down here. In certain stuff that he said to us, we forgetting it. Like he said, go to those who know law. These people in these courts don't be these venues don't be knowing law. Their bosses do. So like, yeah. Like the joint we were just talking about, like the private, like how the other party would rule on it. Then you take that ruling to the ones who don't know law, because you already had law ruled on by people who knew law.
Islam, Louis L.
Islam Moors. Yeah, I was invited. I was
well, one second more. I just wanted
making comments from the Admire First Network.
Islam.
I just wanted to let Abran L know that all you did was push the link and then we could hear him. So I don't know what's going on with your stuff over there, but maybe find some other phone to use or something like that, because it's not us. I don't want y'all to. Well, you guys are muting us, not letting us talk and all this stuff. We don't mute people. We let people talk on our channel. We don't play that muting stuff and all that. We just block you if you're a troll. But we don't play that muting stuff. But go ahead, brother Louis L.
Yeah, Islam. I'm just listening. I chimed in. I'm just listening, and I'm just making comments, man. So I don't know what topic you guys are on now. I just got done doing my little sit-ups, but anyway, heck, let's demonstrate. I guess I've been hearing the private and the public stuff, and going into court and venues and stuff like that. Hey, man, listen. All that type of stuff, I could tell many of you haven't even been in court, and I can call you out.
Explain.
So I kind of know what's going on. I know what's going on.
Kind of elaborate.
Well, elaborate on it.
Yeah, because you didn't say anything really.
Well, let's elaborate. So you guys was talking about some the court venues and jurisdiction and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have any of y'all been to court?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so what are you guys figuring out if you guys experienced it?
What do you mean? Like we experienced it from the perspective of like for me, for example,
you said you experienced it from what now?
Tribunals for finances, credit cards or whatever, went to those kangaroo courts, went to the fake rent tribunal court, went to the fake colorable traffic whatever court. I never been to any criminal stuff because I never did anything criminal to be in there ever. Never been kidnapped
Okay,
ever.
but when you say the courts and tribunal courts and stuff like, or whatever court you're saying, right? So there's people that's established in them, or maybe you could just say, give us the court title or something,
No,
because
there's no title. It's not a court. That's why we say so-called. That's why we
you
say
say that
tribunal.
again. Hold on, slow down. You say what now?
It's not a court. That's why we say tribunal. That's why we say administrative venue. That's why we say kangaroo court,
I
because it's not a court.
understand all of that.
Okay, so what are you saying? Like, I don't get where you're getting at.
Okay, so you got wherever you going and whatever you like to call it.
Yeah.
Okay, it has an address, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and that place that you're going into is, I'm sure, is regulated by the public.
Yeah, but what does the public have to do with private individuals?
Ain't fiat prescribed? Like on your fiat, it says for debts, all debts private and public.
Okay, yeah, that's for debts.
But, what happened? Have you ever heard of a debt court? The court of the debtor.
Okay, of course I heard that terminology, but when you say court of the debtor, right, you should bring it up like the 19th district court or something. You should be able to bring it up like a debtor's
1
court.
through 40. Every
listen,
number.
I give it to you. What you're referring to in Michigan, each state has their court rules. What you're referring to is the debtor and creditor section of the state court rule book.
No, I'm saying state. Can you name the court that doesn't deal with debtors and creditors?
You said name a court that don't deal with them?
Yeah, debtors and creditors, which would be public and private.
Listen, I just said that the debtor and creditor relationship, it shows in the court rules. So that means for every state.
So which court? So every state recognizes
has a district court
and
a circuit court.
And in those circuit and district, right? Do they recognize debtors and creditors in the district?
I just said that's their book.
Right. So what are you not seeing? Did they recognize debtor and creditor in district and circuit court, which is the public and private that we're speaking? Debtor would be the public, private would be the creditor.
The whole public and private is irrelevant.
Wait a minute. You should say that. Do you know what the Congress has to say about what you just said?
About what?
You just said that the public and private is irrelevant.
Okay, let me make clear what I'm saying. Okay. So we're given answers here. So the debtor and creditor relationship, regardless if it's public, private, under the mat, over the hill, on the hedges and byways, it don't matter. Okay. Creditor and debtor relationship. Okay. It shows in the state court rule books across the 51 states. Okay. It's in all of the state court rule books, and they have a state court rule book, and they have federal court rules of court.
Well,
the creditor and debtor relationship shows in both of them.
And what does it say?
Any issue or claim being brought to any district court or circuit court, okay, that's their procedures for that. Any courtroom will hear any matter of claim.
So what do you?
If it's bankruptcy, it don't matter.
What are you saying then? If we're saying that, like, basically, I will move into private. If you're saying that these courts recognize public and private, if I go in there with a private argument, are they going to conduct it publicly or privately?
No, see, you saying like, oh yeah, well, I'm moving into private. Yeah,
what does it mean, sir?
Regardless of you saying that, you still going to the district courtroom. You still going to a district court or the circuit court.
Yeah, but what does it matter though?
Oh wait, no, don't color my argument up. I said go to the arbitration and go to mitigation instead of
Bro,
litigation.
arbitration and mitigation is a part of the.
And where's
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, all
where
those are processes inside the court rule book
boom
anyway.
right
For
right the
instance,
same
child
court
support
book.
court.
Hold on, I got it. The same court book that you said recognizes public and private, right?
Yes, you can say
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So if I go to their jurisdiction and operate from how I'm operating into their private sections,
This dude.
am I going to get tried publicly
or
or
privately.
privately based
That's
on
Same
their books?
thing. You both.
Wait,
How is it both?
sir. Why
Just
would
said
they
it's
have a
recognized
distinction
both.
of public and private in their
You
books
just
if
said that.
there's
Hold
both?
on.
If they're
Slow
the same?
down. Slow down.
Hold
What?
on, hold
No.
Right,
You're
hold on,
saying
hold on,
public
hold
and
on,
going
private,
hold on,
right?
slow.
hold
Yes.
You're saying
on,
public
Louis.
and private. I'm
Yes.
explaining to
Louis.
you that what you're saying is in the public book, in the sections of
Now you're
debtor
calling the
and
book
creditor.
public book. Before you called the book the court books, and you said that their general rule books include public and private. Now you're calling the book public. See how that works?
No. Listen, slow down.
Everybody can
You're
hear
going
you.
into a public venue. How are you trying to say private?
I said administration is through arbitration, which is mitigation, not litigation. Do you know the difference between mitigation and litigation?
What we realize is people like to hear themselves talk because maybe they can't talk in the temple where they're at because their grand sheik shuts them down from expressing themselves or whatever. So they want to try to come on our platforms and, espouse their knowledge and all this stuff. We're not up here to debate anything with Moors. If you got L or Bay, you shouldn't be on here debating us about anything.
He got all caps L though.
There should be nothing to debate us about. Why? Because we're Moors. Moors are private. Period. Moors are our own jurisdiction. It's called self-determination. Everybody knows this, so it should be accepted as fact that when the Moors present themselves in whatever venue, private, administrative, tolerable, whatever jurisdiction it is, it should be already acknowledged that, oh, this is a Moor, so this is a diversity of citizenship. This is a diversity of citizenship venue. Period. As soon as they see Moors, it's supposed to be, we don't have jurisdiction. Period. I don't care what venue it is. As soon as Moors go in there, they're supposed to say, "Oh, that's a Moor. That's not somebody that
brother. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making statements.
Hold up. You can't jump in and cut the grand sheik off. You haven't answered the question. You called the book of the rule book. You have called the rule book of the courts public, but before you were calling the courts rule book, and you said that they recognize public and private in the book. Now you're calling the book public. Make your mind up.
I gave you the court. I gave you creditor. And I gave you debtor.
I gave you that and said that that's the difference between public and private. Don't play.
Let's see you unmute
Don't play
yourself.
Don't play
Let's see you unmute yourself now.
He tried to take the argument over and pull in new arguments. I got y'all.
The game that he played, right? The game just like that's why you have to get yourself with Moors who study and Moors who are on their mindset properly, right? What Brother Kasir pointed out just now. He's calling the book the court rule book, but then to justify his argument, now he's calling it public.
Mm-hmm.
When that's deceit. That's the same corruption that Massachusetts is doing with the Mother and Rise of the Moors and all that. The same corruption. Language corruption.
Because they're criminal from their inception. That's why I said that in the beginning. The foundation is a criminal organization. And then everything else is after that. But remember, we're dealing with a criminal organization. That's why I always look. I don't even go into the private and public too much because that's a criminal organization from its inception. These criminal organizations are all based off of the so-called Spanish Inquisition. We can bring that back to that. We can show that. This isn't what we keep looking at. Oh, going to this building and all of that. Nah, that's this Spanish Inquisition going on. It's still going on in the guise of all of these other terms that is being spilt out. No, this is still Spanish Inquisition. That is a fact. These are criminal organizations in the guise of Spanish Inquisitors. That's what exactly who they are. That's what's going on. Like, I really want people to comprehend that, because then the argument is thrown out there. We don't even, there's never a debate, because that's what's going on. These are criminal organizations. That's who they are. This isn't the court of this and these people in there is this and that. I told you that's not what's going on. That's criminal organizations. That's like saying a pimp is governor of his prostitutes and all of that. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, I don't get that. Like, no, that's criminal organizations. I don't involve myself with criminal organizations. That's just what it's about right now. I'm not, and I don't involve myself with them, and they don't involve themselves with me. Exactly. That's what I figured out. Exactly. I put, I haven't had none of those instruments in years. Highwaymen get behind me. I already know it's all about energy. It's a true story. Highwayman got behind me, threw his lights on. First thing I did, I don't know why, I envisioned my prophet. That highwayman continued on his business. I said, now look at that. Now look at that. Just kept going right by me. I'm pulled over and everything. He just kept going. And I'm like, dang, man. All I had to do was envision my prophet. I ain't have to paperwork, explain this and explain
I'm
that.
gonna take off if y'all gonna keep going in circles and stuff.
That's
like
what
I take
remember.
Off. We're not gonna
remember from its inception, criminal organization, and then everything else is after that. Islam, Morris.
Islam.
Man, Islam, is y'all done with Louis Ill? Y'all finished? Y'all done hearing me and stuff like that?
Oh, go ahead. Continue.
No, hold on, because Abranel was before you.
Are you serious? That mean, sir, you cut me off, and I didn't get
this is our platform.
But all is well, man. I can't hold up here. We know. I got.
Right.
Abraham came. He came up first.
Yeah, I'm here.
Get the hell out of here, then, because we're not.
Islam.
Abranel, just turn your volume down on that side so we don't get any feedback.
Yo, let me talk. Islam, let me talk. This Abraham L. Let me talk.
Good.
It's Abraham L. Let me talk.
Go. Go.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. Islam. He's right though.
Elaborate.
Islam.
These criminal organizations are all based off of the so-called Spanish Inquisition.
He's right. Yeah.
Let's watch his playback so he can see later how off his stuff is.
Yeah.
Remember, this already happened already. Remember, right? So whatever's going on right now on his side, this is how you know who the people are here to cause issues. And then he's gonna hear me tell him, "Oh, you got to turn down your stuff," and he's about 30 seconds behind right now.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks this is live right now. He thinks that he's live.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
In the words of Grand Sheik, the boat has already left the dock.
Islam. Can I talk?
And just before he catch up, But just to elaborate on what Brother Yusuf was saying, that's what the master teacher Taj always says too. Like that's what people keep forgetting when they trying to make these arguments. It don't matter if they public or private, they're criminals. These people are occupiers off the rip. Like
Yeah,
they keep
that's right.
forgetting that the U.S. Unum Sanctum Operation Corporation Company is a human trafficking corporation
Say
company
that again,
set up
bro.
to do
Run
what?
that back and say it
Occupy,
again.
steal, and kill Moors. That was been their goal from the beginning. So when people try to act like that these people are not criminals off the rip, like we don't know that they are criminals. Like we know that they criminals. What is it? Does it matter if they dealing with you in private or public? They're criminals. So it doesn't matter how they precede you. It matters how you proclaim yourself to be before the world and stand on that at all times, no matter what criminal acts that they try to produce.
Yeah,
Islam.
I there, Abram. Yeah,
I'm Islam. Can y'all hear me?
I
Yeah, we
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Oh, that's cool. That's good. Islam,
You
everybody.
talking.
Like I just basically, I was like I said, I just tuned in because I was on the phone and I was hearing everything and I was hearing the sister and I'm all for it. Like I said, I'm all for my people. Y'all see, I'm wearing the fez and I did misspell the prophet name, but nah, I'm actually like I said,
Slow down, brother. Wait a minute.
yeah,
You said you did spell the prophet name wrong and you is wearing your fez. Where'd you get your fez
yeah.
from?
I sent y'all links. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Everything's in the
no,
when I sent y'all links.
brother,
I'm with the
brother,
National Republic.
brother.
I'm with the National. Hold on, hold
You're
on. Let
not
me talk.
listening. You're talking, but not listening. I want to know where
Okay.
you got your fez from because we don't
I'm
always
with.
have orange and white tassels.
Oh, I
Where'd you
got
get
all
your
of them. Hold on. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
where,
I came.
brother?
Listen, I came here to clean this stuff up.
I
It's
said,
called
where'd you
misinformation.
get your
Hold on. You
fez?
got all these questions. Hold on. Hold on.
I just
Hold
one
up.
question. Where'd you get your fez?
Hold up. Don't worry about it. I got,
Don't
like I
worry
said, I
about it.
do
So
this.
Amora
Yeah,
can't
don't worry
worry
about
about
all
where
of it.
you got the
Listen,
pumpkin
bro.
fez from with the
Listen,
white
hold on.
tassels.
Cause we all
I
Moors.
don't
Like,
want to
hold
hold
on.
on anymore, brother. I
Hold
want
on.
to know
I
where you
came
got your
here with
fez
I
from.
came here, hold on, because y'all been talking and I was like, let me talk.
I just
I've been
want to know where
listening
you
to
got your
y'all.
fez from. See how calm I
I'm
am?
listening to y'all. So look, check it
I'm
out.
listening to
Because
you.
they
I'm
ain't
trying
what
to
the
figure out where you
message
got
is.
your fez.
That ain't what the message is. Look, I'm with
Mm-hmm.
the Moorish American National Republic. I'm with the headquarters. I got
Okay.
my L in Bay. I want to see y'all. I want
Okay.
to see y'all.
Oh, you got an
Show me
L
your L
and
in Bay.
Bay? So you're
Show
L
me
Bay.
your L or your Bay.
You're
Then
L
I'll
Bay.
show you.
You're looking at my
Show
L
me
right
your L or
there.
your Bay. Like I
You're
really got my
looking at
like
it
I
right
really got
there.
my
We
like hold
got
on.
a L up here in the Bay. We got
Hold
two
on.
L's in the
Hold
Bay
on.
up here.
Hold on. Like I don't
You
play.
got an L and Bay?
Like no, look. Like I don't play. I really got mine. And it's on my look. I don't play
I hope you
around.
pull out a birth certificate or
Yeah,
something.
and hold
Nah,
on,
you
hold on. And
got
look,
a
and my
license. You got a
feds,
license.
hold on. No, I hold on. Now let's start talking about all this
Passport
extra stuff.
card.
That's like
Somebody
saying,
has done
hold
works.
on. Having a
Whew.
versus that's like a Moor
You
telling you, oh,
put
I don't have a driver's license. Like we got Moors go
excuse
around
me,
saying we don't have a
brother,
driver's license. So
brother.
nobody got a
Why'd you,
passport.
sir, brother?
So
Why'd
look,
you put?
you get my demonstration. Hold on.
Why did you put
You see my no
your
look, let me see
title and
y'all.
appellation
Let me
on
see y'all's.
their
Now let me see
documents
y'all's.
if
Now let
they
me
do
see
not
y'all's.
recognize titles of
And
nobility, sir?
this is and we not federal
Brother,
citizens. We are not
brother.
federal citizens.
It says nationality USA, brother.
Hey, hold on.
Brother,
Brother Kasir.
nationality is
Brother
USA.
Kasir. Brother Kasir. Beyond that, right? We know Moors
Wow.
that had LMB and a license since the 80s.
Jeez Louise.
You ain't showing me nothing. What you showing Moors? That oh yeah, you got LMB on passport, so that means what? You're some super Moor? What you ain't do nothing.
His
That ain't no big deal.
nationality is USA.
That ain't no big deal. You got
Damn.
LRB on a birth certificate. So what? What's the
Somebody
what?
screenshot this man's nationality document. It say USA where nationality is. What, brother? Brother, you screaming? And you part
Oh
of
man.
you part of the USR. You part of USR, the fire
Oh
truck
yeah,
plan,
you already know that. I
fire
told a
truck
brother
gang.
that in jail that USAR is not what it is, man. Like all these them little side names like that, they already done been infiltrated. They already been infiltrated. Like, did it not
So
most of them go to jail for dope selling?
ask him why. How come
You
he
know what I'm
don't?
saying? They went to jail for dope cases and stuff like that. Like, so that's how these Moors operating. You selling poison.
So wait.
And it's like,
Let me.
Right.
I want to.
and look at that
I want to hear that.
nationality card. The
Now you
L
got the
is
other one.
all caps. Your title is in all caps.
Brother.
His title is in all caps. And why is it not in red? Why is it in all black too?
So you that junk. So you expire because that said it had an expiration date on it. When do you expire?
Yeah.
You gonna expire when that goes up?
He's talking to himself right now, okay? He doesn't know yet that he's muted.
Pumpkinhead.
Pumpkinhead more.
That's Pumpkinhead.
Yeah, that's Pumpkinhead all day.
And we already know, the only reason, right?
Yo. He gonna check that date, Amir. That date he gonna check. As soon as that joke go, oh, he was like, my heart. My card is over. What is going on here, bro? Did USAR, is that the documents they making?
I don't know that's he's showing the license. He just showed a Virginia whatever.
Yeah, corporate. And he's proud of it. And this is what Moors sit up on this panel and show these other Moors why we don't operate in that fraudulent capacity. Right there. This is a prime example right there that we're showing you how these people operate in fraudulent capacities. And they proud of it now. This is the dirty Moors that we keep talking about, why Moors have to stand up in these messed up venues and prove that we're not like that. You feel me? That's why we have to do that.
No.
Because they looking at all of us like Pumpkinhead over here.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It takes a real, genuine human being to stand up on this for real and really be about this with no fraudulentness. You know what I'm saying?
I've been listening to y'all. Come on, let me talk.
Pumpkinhead, man. You done showed us enough, man. Like, we're not here for that. You feel what I'm saying? And this is what we be talking about. How did we turn a panel where Moores is talking about fraudulent case law from criminals to you showing corporation documents from these people? How are you a Moore and you got their documents? You can't say nothing about Massa and you got their documents. Ain't that what you say, Cujo, on the song? No rest for the righteous, when you say talk bad about Massa but accept they perks. Come on, man. It's like that's what we be talking about right there. Like, you getting on this panel to try to prove a point and you still in the corporate capacity. Stop it.
Stop it. Not even
you're not even national at that point.
And not even in a corporate capacity, but put themselves in a corporate capacity. These people are with Moors who are telling them, right? We're not talking about Moors who've been doing this for the past 20 years.
Oh, Halo City,
whatever like that, on licenses or whatever. That's not something new. Don't be fooled that he's doing something and he's proving something to you because he got Eller Bay on a license. That's not the point of this. Of course he's able to do that. It's a birthright. You can do what you want with it. It's a birthright. But you better be living according to the principles and all that stuff, because if you're not, you're playing yourself.
And my SCH was Scroll Bay. Bro, I tried to see what's up. He said, "Don't worry about all that." See, I got it from the chambers of goddamn fallen priesthoods. Yeah. Is where he got that damn fast. He didn't want to give it up.
Another thing. Just because we're just gonna mute. We're gonna take a pause for the cause. You go get a little washroom break and all that stuff. Because we're gonna take a pause for the cause. And we'll be right back after this one. Just because people wanted to, play around with the orange fez as if it's only them.
This is a Harlem Street.
Get cold with this winter. My earth takes a break, quake cities off the cliff, down deep sea into mountain, continental shift. The continent could drown, a rip. There's more. Think not, you don't know what I I'm into. Where I'm at, it's all in the mental. Smash all instrumentals around me. It's all about my circle squared up on my nature. Fear not, love, bravery. Am I didn't make her. She made me to create her will. The home she in, shape her skin, contain her frame, no minor. She a major when Angel and grew up educated on the demons, veiny scaly wings, ranger paper bullshit, the mother for that. Got nothing back, Negro black colored, on the chopping block, still on the block, chopping whatever they rap, rob, recover the chop, the world's shaking. Still my words, you take it in, hear me speaking out your ear holes. How can you retain a quote? Stop, your brains bang, shot, but still you won't crow. Commander in chief, masters turn sheep at the battle. You stay chattel to eat, and wolf for my wife beats. At times a werewolf, they attack me and turn food towards the garden. Cold water make a black sea. Black male, black coat, black blue. Black list, black ball, black shoes. Black male, black cheese, black news. No such thing as black man. Black male, black coat, black blue. Black list, black ball, black shoes. Black male, black cheese, black news. But no such thing as a black man. Roses all red, green, gun, copper shot, pop, bust, and he left in the lead, no weeds, no seeds. I'm his skull and his backbone, ripped with his voice tone. Moms are saying a heartbeat, consanguinity though. Constant bork bites, now I'm civil. I get you with my pen, no more dog fights or scribbles. Enforcing treaties, I'm a cost you greedy. Dressed in costumes to greet me. You think you know how this is gonna end, really? Show the beginning. Apocalypse now, the dead don't know about the living. And why I can't kill them, and why I try to lift them. Stand, more mass don't make you a bigger man. It's mental. You just keep falling. Black male, black coat, black blue. You just keep falling. Black ball, black shoes. Black male, black cheese, black news. You just keep falling. Black man. Black male, black coat, black blue. You just keep black list, black ball, black shoes. Black bill, black cheese, black news, but no such thing as a black man.
Just lawnmowers, we're back. So don't get caught up with all these different color fez people and all this madness that people are doing, claiming that they're Moors. Don't get caught up with all that. Don't get caught up with these people, their organization they started up after Noble Drew Ali and they're the man. Don't get caught up in any of that BS. None of that. This is about you being yourself. And you get with some Moors who are being themselves too and carry on in your existence. But if you think there's some Moorish registry of the whatever that you're going to go and put your name down, so anytime you get caught to the highwayman, all they got to do is call it. Stop the BS. You better know who you are. Stop playing around. What do you think Asian has an issue? What's he going to do? He's going to order the embassy, right? He's going to go from halfway across town because he knows the safe haven is the embassy. That's what every Moorish institution is supposed to be. Every Moorish institution is supposed to be that. Whether it's a bookshop, whether it's a school, whether it's a temple, regardless of what it is. Any Moor should be able to be in any jurisdiction, and anything go down, they can go to the Moorish whatever. whatever it is. And there better be a Moorish something in that jurisdiction for people to go to. There better be something for them. There better be something for them. So don't tell me anything about those Moors over there and these Moors over here. And then when all these Moors that you're talking about, they just came yesterday. We've been here since 08. None of these people that you're talking about right now, we heard of. None of them in 08. Zero. And then we can go back to at least 2004 with Moors. And at that time, there was definitely nothing else out there called Moorish other than the foundation. The ones who were taking this to the hedges and the highways at all costs. Those are the only Moors that mattered in 2008. The ones who were getting this out to the people at all costs, regardless of what they have to go through, whatever flames, it doesn't even matter. Those are the only Moors that you rep for. Active Moors. No other Moors get rep for. Book Moors only don't get rep for. Lecture Moors only don't get rep for. You could recite Noble Drew Ali's literature verbatim, doesn't get rep for. It's the active Moors that get rep for. Those are the only ones that mattered. Anybody else, and activity doesn't mean put your name on a license. Activity means being around the people and giving this information to the people so they got it. And doing that face to face, because remember 2008, there was nobody going live and all that stuff. You're doing lectures. You're not sitting in front of no computer to learn. You're going to the lecture. Wherever it is, you're going there to go get the info. So you online people caught up with PDFs and all that stuff, and you don't buy books and all that, this probably is not for you, because this is actually boots to the ground if you're really saying that you're repping for this. This is boots to the ground. Just like the baller Moors know. The real ballers know. The real ballers know that when you could do it in the winter time on ice, then you're good. Real ballers only know that. That is minus 40 and you want to get shots up and the gym's closed and it's snowed. Getting shots up. Right? Boots to the ground. That's what this is. So if you're not down with boots to the ground, if you're not down for that, then, shut the hell up. Go to your little organization over there and do your little organization stuff. And don't be coming on people's platforms and stuff like that are dealing with real life. Having no license on whatever is not stopping these people from being criminal. Because you got that on there and they're still criminal. So what are you telling me about that for? What does that mean? If not gratifying your lower self. You want to prove something to Moors. Go prove something to the European. How about we go on your YouTube page and see what you have on there? Bet you nothing. Bet you nothing. Don't have anything to show. Then Moors are right now kidnapped, have something to show. And you're playing games. Try to prove something to Moors. Then you can't even answer the damn question, where do you get your fez from? So we know you went some village shop or whatever BS to go get it. We know that's not the authentic. You know you're playing. Go check the earth crack. Right? All over nothing. You're trying to make a name for yourself right now on our stuff. I'm not making no name over here. We're boots to the ground. We're not go get the slave master's license, put my LB on it, and then that means I did something. Islam more.
Islam more.
The other Moors there.
I was about to go back and ask Moors, when it comes to the private and public junk, we already know Moors in our natural state are private. Like, we don't have anything to do with public people in the world, basically, because we in our spiritual state of mind. You know, higher self, lower self, it was already there.
Yep. Public, private, higher self, lower self.
Right.
Exactly. Where you want to be at.
So when these people start their public, we could look at the public as something that was man-made, that was implemented into the general forum, like it was supposed to be something there all already. When I see public law, I think 14th Amendment, because there would be no public if it wasn't for the 14th Amendment creating persons to be born to a corporation. See, so now I have to have a general public. I have to have a public debt, public this, public that, because now I have a new creation of person, a personage that I created. The person is the public.
Right.
We're people, though.
Which is what they're not getting.
Right.
Right. Which goes back to the point again that you're saying, well, okay, if the court is public, then why are they hearing private stuff? That's out of their jurisdiction.
Boom.
They shouldn't even be hearing it if the court is a public venue. If we're gonna go with the court is a public venue,
if we're gonna say it that way,
then that means nothing private should be heard in there. As soon as something private presents itself, the public's supposed to say, sorry, I can't deal with you because you're private. Right?
So watch this. This is a write-up from Cornell about the 14th Amendment. And it says this is dealing with the privileges and immunities clause. Pete, what they say, like, it's funny. It says privileges and immunities clause. There has been some debate over the meaning of the privileges and immunities clause, with several possible original meanings. Already is crazy. What do you mean several possible original meanings? You can't do that. But a question arises as to whether the clause meant that all states' laws should be applied equally to its citizens, or that state laws should have certain substantive content. The substantive view can be further divided into two categories. One view is that these privileges and immunities include all of the rights in the Constitution, including the Bill of Rights. Thus, this view sees the purpose of the privileges and immunities clause as applying all of the rights in the Constitution to all of the states. Another view is that only meant to make the Bill of Rights applicable to the states. Now, when we're saying this stuff, states and states, they're not breaking down that when you're saying states, that means the people. How do you take the 14th Amendment and try to put a clause in there that represents the whole Constitution before it? It kind of relegates it down to the 14th description of it, making the rights, immunities, and privileges now in the 14th Amendment. Without the 14th Amendment, you get your rights, you get the Bill of Rights, the rights in the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights are afforded to you without them having to be privileged or immunity to you. So it's like, to me, it comes off as like, either you're going to take your rights and recognize them on your own, or you're going to go through these parent companies and they're going to give you their version of your rights in the form of privileges and immunities. So you don't really have any rights. It's privileges and immunities under this 14th. So that's the whole thing I'm saying about public. When you're dealing with them, if you're public, they have a way to take what you're saying and mix it around and mean what they want it to mean, because it's public. It's general public. They can't argue the public debt. It didn't say anything about. Not argue. Yeah, they cannot argue the public debt. So let's keep this in context. The public debt is the debt that is for the United States to pay, Article 6. Mm-hmm. So if they can't argue that debt, and you're bringing up private argument, now it's really a thing, because he has to pay the debt that's being spoken about if you're saying that you're private and he's public, because that's the public debt right there.
Islam, Brother Kaiser.
Islam.
I'm gonna ask a question real quick because I was looking up because the mother was speaking earlier about can y'all hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. The mother was talking about they said under the Massachusetts general laws, and I always hear the word general laws or whatever, and so I looked it up. And that general law stuff, of course, is fraudulent. When I had looked it up in Black's Law Dictionary 5th edition, and the definition of general law, when you look it up, it'll show you that it's putting you under a different colorable. It's going to put you under that colorable status. That this is for this type of people that's under this status. It says it right in that definition of general laws. And then it says something about something for people under special laws. Now, my question is, when it mentions the word special law, is that something to do with why Moors make special appearances?
Yep.
Because in the word special law is in Black's Law 5th edition as well, too. So I don't know, Moors might want to go look up the word special law in the word general laws to see that there is a difference in a different status and category for people.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad you answered that, because I was like, well, I always hear Moors say we're making a special appearance, and then they have something called special law. And I'm like, well, wow. What's special law? Yeah, this is for special people. And I was like, okay. Now, and another thing, is that tied into the public and private type of?
I was just about to say that. Special would be the private.
Exactly.
So you can't, you know what I mean? It's certain things.
There's many ways to skin a cat. So when you say private, it might be some religious whatever.
Right.
It might be some, you know what I mean, council. It might be some standing up on stair decisis. It might be that guy's a Mason and he knows what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It could go anywhere in the private.
And
because it's private. It's a whole different jurisdiction.
And being that Noble Drew Ali created the our own temple for us, then that serves as the public venue where we can do private work inside, because we are private. Like all of our business is private, but the temple takes care of the public matters.
Of the public, right? Which is why it was incorporated and all that.
People are sickening talking about some government and some republic. You don't even know what you're doing, because if you're going to go away from what the prophet brought, then you're breaking law of succession. And then literally the government can look at you like you're stateless. Because what's the succession to you?
Yeah, well, you're a fraud. You have to be a fraud. There's no way that you're legitimate. There's no way. It's impossible that you're legitimate, especially if these people are going to be claiming that they're with Kirkman Bay and Gibbon Zell and all these people who claim to be reincarnated Noble Drew Ali when they were around when he was around. Oh, you reincarnated a guy, you around him. Right? Put you right back into the public without the private protection.
Boom, that's it right there. Without the private protection.
Whereas putting Drew Ali in front and doing everything as far as the temple is, forget all this supreme grand whatever. All those people were traitors around Noble Drew Ali. He himself said he came for the 4th and 5th generation. That wasn't them then. If he came for the 4th and 5th generation, then it wasn't for the people who he was around, who he came for. Which is why he prophesied that Moors would come with their eyes wide open, seeing and knowing, and carry out the law.
Where's this hilarious?
They're killing him, huh? They're killing him.
He called me Kaiser to Pfizer. He called me Kaiser to Pfizer, like the corporation of pharmaceutical jabberies and all that Jabberwocky. So now, these guys y'all just seen come up on this jump. I believe both of them is working in cahoots. You're not going to play me like Tweedledee wasn't with Tweedle Orange Dumb. So no. You're with him, and the whole point is that I want y'all to take in, listen to the level of law I said. I quoted different forms of law. What law did he say? He said rule book of court, but we know their venues. Kangaroo rule book is what he quoted a kangaroo rule book that changed its format from private to public while he was speaking to us. So like, what law do people be going off of? Like when I had these debates in public, if I choose to, with dingbats, I just want to show y'all how to conduct yourself if you're having a debate with said court administrator, administrative venue administrator, barrister. You know what I mean? Like, how to speak. I'm keeping calm. I don't even have, and I'm asking the same question over and over. And I'm not going to let his like mental jargon sway my mind off of what I'm trying to get out. Because that's what they do. They literally try to say things to get you off of your thought pattern to where you forgot what you just said.
Exactly.
And it looked bad. That looked bad in the venue. I mean, of course, you know, you're never wrong. We're lost children. But when you're in there, it looks bad when you get to that dun-dun and you don't know what to say. They always do that. They ask you questions that don't even have anything to do with anything. Like, well, sir, if you're private, where do you live? See how that don't have nothing to do with what we're talking about, public debt? And he asked me where I live. More as I always know, like, I live in my body, but what does that have to do of the public debt that's being placed upon me by impure hands?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just stuff.
Mm-hmm. And again too with the public private. The private is activity. The public is passive.
Mm-hmm.
Public is passive. The public is this corporation is going to stand here and it's going to give me my nationality, and this corporation is going to give me my profit, and this corporation is going to give me my whatever. And the private is you're that.
And that's how you know they don't be listening to the literature for real neither, because didn't the prophet tell us to leave old business? So why would you go get something of old that belongs to their corporation and put your estate on it?
Hey, say that again.
The prophet said, leave old business, and new business. So why would you put your estate into old business that's basically corporation? If you trying to get away from the corporation and proclaiming your nationality as a free Moor, how are you free on their document?
Say that again, brother. What's in the back?
And you're willing to do it. It ain't like they just come and we put in your estate on our jurisdiction. You had to tell them to put that on there.
Oh my God.
And it's in all caps, so they consider you dead still. So you're not you're a dead Moor now. You know what I'm saying? Like they done killed the Moor. Just like that. And see, this is what we be talking about. Like, you really just got up here and embarrassed yourself like that. Now imagine how many Moors that already know that was fraudulent laughing at you. You know what I'm saying? You just made that USAR look bad. Because you just tried to capture the straw man. You just basically made a straw man argument off doing it, which we don't operate in that. We're in proper persona. Name in all caps. You got the L in there in all caps on a corporate jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But you trying to get up here and tell Moors the difference between private and public?
I only seen in history Roman citizens putting their names in all caps. So you're a Roman, buddy. And Obadiah Ali told us Moors and Moors were not Romans. Why are you going against the bloodline of your ancestors, sir?
No, because he's going against the bloodline of the ancestors because he's Kirkman Bey.
Damn. Oh yeah, that's hard.
Mark Fez, people. He's Supreme Grand Advisor, people.
Oh man.
This is what those people created. This is what the reincarnated Noble Drew Ali people created. Abraham L.
Oh my
Look, he
God.
can't even spell cap right.
Stupido. More talking about some all cap Drew Aki made us citizens. No, you idiots. No. Drew Ali is capped
Then he
because that was the
openly
business
said he
name.
misspelled the
The
prophet
business.
name. Like, come on, man. How illiterate are you?
So because we know of a Drew Ali all caps that did all the business for the corporate side of the the books, all the law, basically the administrative. Then there's another guy called El Haj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Abli, and that's something else. That is something else. And he let us know that there was the other, the other side to it. One is for the business, one is for the private side. And so he told us, like, we do all our business in the name of the temple and Abu Jalali. It's a business name.
So if Drew Ali set up a business name, and exercised as Sharif Abdul Ali in the private, in the background, with all the politicians and the whatever, right? We're saying in the background at the meeting when they're sitting down with, remember Brother Sheldon?
That's Sharif,
Brother
right?
Bashir?
That's the Sharif.
Yeah, right? Brother Sheldon and Brother Bashir smoking the cigars or whatever. Okay,
yeah.
Right? Kingsman, right? Kingsman, right? Right? That's the private side. And Drew Ali set up a public face. Said, yeah, just do everything under the public side because that's the protection for your private side. Right? That's why it's divine and national.
Damn, he put it so many different ways too. Crazy. Like, god damn, this dude. He's way ahead of his time.
Right? And keep in mind that the private side is looking at it as Drew Ali's the head. Forget whoever was reincarnated after him. Drew Ali's the head. There ain't no Drew Ali the second, Drew Ali the third, Drew Ali the fourth. There's no such thing as that. That is a fiction.
He didn't even have a junior. So how can you be Noble Drew Ali the second?
Right. And two, Morris. This is another thing. When we speaking about private side, can the United States have a private side?
Oh, right. If it's de facto, it's a de facto private side.
There I go, more. This the UCC. Now we know, but if you know what to go to in these joints, it's a lot of stuff in there. Don't try this at home. I'm not even telling you anything, but don't even try it. But 9-307, location of debtor. You go down to section H. H is in Harry, right? H, location of the United States. The United States is the location of the District of Columbia. By the way, this section is called the location of debtor. Location of debtor. Go down to H. It says location of the United States. The United States is located in District of Columbia. Stop playing these games. They're telling you right here. The debtors are the United States. Where's the United States? In District of Columbia. You cannot be a citizen of that unless you're a damn Washington, D.C. guy. Were you born in D.C.? Near it. If not, you ain't no citizen. But the people who were born in the D.C. district, they need to make a proclamation to the state representative that, look, I'm not one of your little creations. I'm whatever you want to call it, national du jour, whatever way it fits your suit. Because I can't tell you what to say. I said what I needed for me. But you need to disconnect yourself from them assuming that you're part of their stuff. Put it on the record. So now when
It's
anything happen, you
Islam.
can bring up your own law saying that, look, I've been told these niggas I'm gonna part of them.
Isn't the definition of hell debtor's prison or something like that?
Yes, sir. Yes. Executor. Yep. Yep.
Exchequer
Yep,
court.
the executive
Yep.
chambers.
Yes. Yes, sir.
That is
Checkerboard,
The
amazing.
more.
king debtors
The
go.
checkerboard,
Yep,
more.
that's where the king's debtors go.
They say
They're trying to make it hell's on earth.
they say it's
That's what it
checkerboard
sounds like.
floors, right? The black and white floors, checkerboard floors. That's checker, like the SCHEQUE, checker board floor. You in the executive chambers in that damn Masonic temple. That's the floor I show you. It's the executive floor, but you know, it goes all over the place. That's why the black and white, the judges wear black. And white hair for the light. These people, it's all symbolic.
And again, just so we could yell free rise of the Moors. Just so we could yell free rise of the Moors.
Oh, and Yusuf, this is crazy. Like when you study into what they don't be talking about the Inquisitions and stuff, and the fact that it came to the Americas, like through the auto defect. Was the Inquisition just really about Moors who was trying to be Christians?
No. Not at all. That's the corny part. That if that was it, that would have just been easy. They were trying to take over world domination. Been trying to do that by taking over everything that belongs to the Moors. That's what this, and it's continuing. It's not. Oh, that was history. That's not. That's right now. Every day we go along. It's Spanish Inquisition time.
Because how does the Surrender of Granada Treaty work in? Because when you read that, John, it's like, yo, like they literally let us go, bro. They let us do whatever we want. Had Christian slaves come over to the Americas with them, not be taxed by any Jews. Bro, it's like they forgave us of any sin that would be in the book of Christians, even if it was murder. They forgave us of all our sins. Like, it's crazy. Like, but you just when you read the Surrender Granada Treaty, you gonna know what I'm saying. It's like, wait a minute, what is this? That joint looked like that basically the Moors just set their own joint up. Like, all right, I want to play sellout games. We're gonna go to the real empire.
Basically.
Because why is the Americas, Spanish region bigger than the goddamn? It's bigger than the whole Iberia.
And
Mexico,
Spain is a cool word because it goes back to the Castilian family. It's really there's no such thing as
Al-Andalus. Al-Andalus.
Right.
Over here, it's way more areas of where they had Spanish speakers or Al-Andalusian families than the whole Al-Andalus is even comprised. Like, why is this part way bigger than everything over there? Like, they like, oh, well, we had British Empire and the monarchs. You come over here, there's way bigger British Columbia and British America in so-called Canaanland. What else they got? France, that's small compared to the Francia, that's supposed to be New France, all the way from so-called Canaanland, Quebec, all the way down to Texas. How these are too big of areas for it to be the small thing that they saying over there. I'm looking at it like, if we look at the big regions that we have over here and then kind of reverse the story a little bit and make so the Inquisition would be the South America Moors selling jurisdiction to the north through Canada, like changing, not Canada, Texas, changing the provisions of where Granada was at. Because I see maps with Granada in the South America. Then out of nowhere, it's like, oh, New Granada in Texas. It's like, is that the one that they sold? Like,
And remember, this is only all on paper. This is all on paper.
oh,
Proof.
yeah,
Is that proof? Is that proof that you're engaging in fraud?
yep.
Why would you want proof? Why would you set up proof against yourself? I bet you your Moorish leader told you do that. I bet you. I bet your Moorish head told you do that.
Like Todd said, because they don't read. They don't read.
Because that's what I'm thinking it is. Like, we have a lot of power as Moors today that the way they tell us history, it mixes it in with like this African story and these Indian stories. So it's like it kind of diminished the real strength and powers that we still have today just by being dark-skinned Moors in America. That's always diminished. But if you out there, you know, you do your own diligence and work out there in the dunya, you'll see things that you do, you call on, you conjure. It literally, the world bends for you. So it's like, damn, it's like to tell a reverse story and all that, just to keep y'all away from knowing that, listen, if y'all really just activated, y'all can do whatever y'all want. Like any rule or way or form of law that y'all want to do in accordance, y'all can do it. You created it.
Divine and national.
Mm-hmm.
There you go again. Right back to it.
Has to be.
Damn.
It can't be any other way.
Damn.
It can't be any other way. Right? Even when you look at from the historical, you know, the Christian is the public and the Islam is the private.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's
Okay.
That's the one. That's it. That hit it.
Because when you bring it back historically and you remember the stuff that we read about what was going on back then, that's what it is. That's basically what it is right there.
That's why
you can see that. You can even see even Europeans back then trying to be Moors. They had a term for it. Back then in the book.
That's why I said anywhere we go with a turban and fez on, they seeing 7-Eleven. Anywhere you walk with that turban and fez on, and especially if you active, like when talking to people, not even just like dealing with policy enforcement, but just average people, the way that you speaking about it and things of that nature, they looking at 7-Eleven when they see you, they like, oh man. And it's that energy that you give off that even when they see you with the fizz, they might want to come mess with you, but it's that energy. They like, nope, that's not the right one to be messing with. Let me keep going. Like Brother Yusuf said, they just went right past them. I see that all the time. And I be telling my people, I'm like, when I be traveling or whatever, I'm like, man, they ain't finna mess with me, man. I got on my fez. Once they see that fez, they're gonna keep going. They don't even want them troubles because they already know where that's gonna lead. I'm gonna end up losing my job and all this, and I'm not even finna deal with it. Like that's how they looking at it now. Like, nope, I'm not even finna deal with him. I keep going.
They don't feel like going through that paperwork. They see Moors, that's paperwork. That's overnight duty. That's extra days away from home when you pull over the Moor. That's what that means.
No OT either.
Yeah.
Oh, Morris, because y'all need to go online. 101 Dalmatians. Go online, right? And type in Morlocks. Wait, hold up. MORLACHS. Morlocks. Now, Moors, for this to be a reality in Europe, oh my gosh. Bro, there's no stop to the Moors. Like, it goes on forever. Even down to how Europeans, this whole color thing, they use color on people. Yeah, yes. They
They're
use
dancing
colors
and stuff.
Yup.
Yeah.
So this is a whole culture of ancient Slovenian, Serbo-Croatia that was actually called themselves the Black Vox or the Morlocks. Huh? What? This thing talks about cardinal directions representing cultural variations. In other words, black means north, white means south, red means east, yellow means what? See, that's another form of like us thinking it all means skin color. Get over yourself, is what I say to people. Get over yourself, because you're going to jump in and insert yourself in a story where you're not even supposed to be. Italian Morlock is Morlocco. What is this? So I read a little bit. It says the Serbo-Croatia term is singularly form of Morlock. Its plural is Morlakai or Morlaki or Morlasi. In the 16th century redactions of the Doclian Chronicle, they are referred to as Morlocks or Nigri Latini, the Black Latins. Suggested derives from the Latin mortis, in Greek moros, dark. The epithongs "el" or "of" indicating Domato Romani lexical remnant. So Mora or Morav is the same shit. So when you see MAUR or MAVR, same thing. Dmitry Cantemir, in his history of the growth and decay of the Ottoman Empire, remarks that when Moldavia was subdued by the Ottoman rule of Bogdan III, Moldavia was referred to by the Ottomans as Ak-Vlach, or White Wallachians, while the Wallachians were known as Kara-Vlach, Black Wallachians. So, see, do you understand? Even though the people were dark of skin, the Turkish called them white because they had ruled just like the Turks. They were both Islamic Muslims, aka Moros. Black Vlachs can in fact mean northern Vlachs because the Turkish word Kara means black, but also means north in Old Turkish. See? Oh, Moors means North African. Well, black means north too, depending on your languages. It says the direct translation of the word Marovlasi in Serbo-Croatian would mean black Vlachs. It was considered that black referred to their clothes of brown cloth.
Interesting. Nothing to do with their skin color, huh?
No. So when they say 17th century Venetian Dalmatian, so they was also called the Dalmatians too. The Morlocks was called Dalmatians. 101 Dalmatians or 101 questionnaires. Yeah. Historian Johannes Lucius suggested that it actually meant Black Latins compared to white Romans in coastal areas.
Oh, public and private.
See.
Public and private.
Well, I'll end it with this one. Other theories suggest that it refers to Moray peninsulas, or according to Dominic Mandic, from African Maors, Maurs. They were calling ourselves Moors. So, like, this is that Slovakian history, guys. It's Moorish. Even in old Slovenia, before these pale skins got to messing up the histories. They were blonde hair, blue-eyed, brown-skinned people, bro.
Told you everything's yours.
Islam.
Told you everything's yours.
Real quick, Grand Sheik, because
this is how we get. This is how they get the amalgamation right there.
More, you got it.
See, now this is interesting because this ties into what I was looking up a couple of days ago. It's called a group of Sicilians called the Sicilian Vesper. Now I say that because Vesper, Sicilian Vesper, the Italians, because the brother Kaiser was talking about the Italian name is, what is it? For Moors? Now look,
Morocco.
right. Now I think because these people, the Sicilian Vespere, they came in like the 1200s. Now, when you look at the pictures, now look at the people with the red on top of the like the red turbans, right there to the bottom right. Now see that's Moorish attire.
Yep.
Now Vespere comes from the word Venus.
Yep. You told me the other time.
Which when you was talking about when you said that black met north and black, yeah, and so forth, it made me think of the word west again, because west goes back to the word Vespere, which is Venus. So these are the men. This is Moorish. This is still, our stuff. The Vespere, the Moors of Venus. That's our stuff. That's us. And what do we see? The Moorish turban. That was like, okay, but how does that tie back? And it's still all connected with the brother Kaiser just showed. I was like, okay, that all is connected. It's the same thing.
I think the color red meant west to them, because the sunset would look red when it was setting in the west. So they figured that, that's where all the fire goes. You know how these people, they make everything like a story. Then when they come over to the land and see that the people is like brown is red, they like, well, the sun must burn them when they go down. Yeah. And we like, what? Because remember, in North Africa, they already had red bone, if you would, like light skin.
Right.
And that they use the ones who was light skinned and mixed in with all of the dark skinned ones. Light skin is just a byproduct of dark skin.
Yeah.
It was just, the same families intermixing, and then you have the browner skins and all that. But like how a European pops in, I believe that this is two like lighter group of people just practicing incest, and then they spawn this like being this actually, Moorish, but they got all these features of pale, individual, and they can't survive like that in a certain conditions of the sun. So they created northern jurisdictions for these people to survive at. And after they come out of the cold regions thousands of years later or whatever in the histories, that would be when they lost certain things of melanin, certain hair course textures, in order to be able to survive in the colder regions. Now, I don't really believe in natural selection, only when the human body is going through certain diseases. Natural selection can occur through your body, basically saving your own life. So it'll be like, all right, well, if he, like with our ancestors, they were getting malaria. So somebody found out if you eat or make tea out of cinchona bark in Brazil, you could actually heal malaria. So for thousands and thousands of years, they were doing that, to the point where today somebody born in America's this dark skin that have those lineages, you'll just be born without malaria off the rip. Like you won't even get it if you get bit by the same mosquitoes that were biting our ancestors, because you have developed an immunity called natural selection. But so it'd have to be your own body taken in nature and then coming up with its own defense, not nature changing your body, like, without you having anything to do with it. It's like a one and two thing, not just a one thing.
Wow.
That's why they would say, when you do that, they always say we one with nature, because that's the oneness right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking what you said too, that what if Yakub was really incest?
There it is. Damn it.
What if Yakub was incest?
Damn it.
Not a man being from mad science.
Mad science, yo.
The mad science was what incest creates.
That's one right there. That should go into the cosmos with that one.
Because when you said incest just now, it hit me.
Every time we visit this conversation, it gets we have a breakthrough, because it's like we know we're not damn amalgamated out of no mixed whatever. We know
Right.
we're not.
Yeah.
So and our brothers that are Moorish, but they light skinned. They be like, well, what about me? And I'm like, you good? You a Moor? Like, you look at your nose, look at your voice, the way you act. You're a Moor.
Yeah.
And I be, me, I be on the fences with people like Latif, not because of the outside appearance, but the soul.
Yeah, the soul.
It's a Moorish soul in there.
Definitely a Moor. That's a Moor.
I can't hear him and see him move and then look over. It's like, I'm not worried about his outward appearance. Of course, he looks like a goddamn Yoruba, but I know he's more inside.
Yeah.
So,
but we can see that throughout history. Before our time, way before our time, that Europeans been practicing in dressing in Moorish garb since forever. That's not odd. You know what I mean? Like, they've been doing that. It's not known now because of propaganda and indoctrination, but that was throughout history. We just pulled up the pictures. We know that everybody wanted to be the Moors, and that was part, like, with the Well, this is my thought, that you know how they try to do the New World Order through corporation stuff like that.
Yeah.
My thing was the Moors, because that was our original plan. They just picked it up, but we did it through the blood. Because when we did it through. You know what? Once we put in anything, we already taken over. We're the dominant one. So now, I always looked at it like, well, once they did that, now you have to love that person because that's your brother. That's your sister. You know what I mean? I always looked at it like that. It wasn't through a way that they teach it through history now, like, oh, the Moors had an eye. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I know Moors back then did turn it into that, but it shouldn't have been. It should be, well, that's your brother. That's your cousin. You really can't practice that anymore.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Because we're all the same. We've been, and that's how I looked at it. I was like, okay, I can see that. And then we got brothers like Latif and stuff like that. Like, that's throughout history. That's through the first New World Order. That was what Moors was practicing. To put those 5 principles that we have now, that was supposed to be taught throughout the world.
Yeah. He's like a symbol of what we were trying to do.
Right, because that's what it's supposed to be about.
To act like him. It's like, yeah.
Because there's nothing else to do but to be more. There's nothing else to do. Once we look at, well, the Moors taught this, the Moors brung this, it looks like the right thing to do will be more. Exactly.
And that's why the prophet said this is our only soul foundation. Like, this is it. Like, it's nothing else.
There you go. Give thanks, more. There you go.
I got another one for y'all too. This is called Morlockism. So Morlockism. Nah, more. I'm about to hurt y'all here real quick. Morlockism, Morlockismo was a movement in Italian, Ragusan, and Venetian literature that started in 1774 and lasted until the 1830s or 40s. Huh? So you mean to tell me over there in Eastern Europe, 1774 was when they put the Moors into studies, right? 1774 over here, we didn't read anything about Venetian literature, but we're over here in the United States where the people who know, well, false United States, the people who know about this history are implementing black on us, like the Vlachs, right? They're calling us black. Vlachs is also called Blackoman. So they're calling us black because that's the old Blockian history who used to be Latin, Serbs, and Moors. What a mind job. 1774, though?
Yeah, they did good.
Oh, they did very good.
They did good.
Alberto Fortis's travel book, Viaggio in Dalmatia, Journey to Dalmatia, from 1774, which achieved a great popularity in Western Europe. He was breaking down the Moorish connection to Eastern Europe in the Morlocks in this book. 1774, Dalmatians. Was like, yo, it's like the history of us has been right in our face the whole damn time. And then it say Alberta coined the term proto-Morlockism, also referred to as pre-Morlockism, to refer to a purported earlier stage of Morlockism that lasted from the Middle Ages to 1774. What? The Morlocks, dog.
and then on top of that, if you can look up Morlocks, and then it definitely goes to a Morlockia. How come you can't do that with black? Even the place named after the Morlocks has a land jurisdiction. I never heard about the Morlocks till today. And then I look up the Morlocks and they have a jurisdiction. But then these people claiming that they're black, African, Canadian, all these different fictions can't show you their land yet. And then they're going to try to make you think that's why good that as Moors, we correct things. When you say United States, and then you have people trying to tell you that Moors are United Statesians. No, we're Moors.
Somebody,
descendants of Morocco.
Somebody look up the AETA people. The AETA people.
Yep.
Dark-skinned, frizzy-haired Filipinos that they call the Negros, aka they call them Los Negros Island. So they say these people are from the island of Negros, but they're Moros. See what I'm saying?
But that's the funny one with the Aita people. I used to work at this spot, this collection agency I used to work at, and there was this car enthusiast Filipino dude or whatever, and him and his sister and then their cousin or something worked there. So workplace, so you're just having conversation, just waiting for the dialer, just leaning back waiting for the dialer. He's like, ever since you started working here, I've been looking at your hair. I was looking at your hair, and I remember, Granddad, you remind me of the Philippines. And I remember Granddad used to be pointing at these people, yelling. Aita.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yelling at them because they were like, when they come to town, everybody's coming out. Whatever it is they had. I don't know what they had. Whatever it is that they had, when they came to town, people were running out to these people. And they looked just like you, and they had hair just like you or whatever, and they used to be tripping out every day for a good little bit. Every day for a good bit. It's like, yo, your hair, I just can't believe I'm seeing it. I'm actually seeing what my granddad was talking about.
Oh, there you go. Melanin. Oh, damn. Melanin hit it. I forgot about that one. He wrote a little bit of the etymology, and he shows how Croatian Morlock is called Morlock Kazam. Morlock Kazam.
Morlock Kazam.
It's too much. You think that was pale skin? What is with y'all with this pale skin? Let me get this straight right now. No offense against pale skin, because Latif's out there. But what is with y'all with pale skin? Do you think you have something to do with him or something? Do you think he do you think he not worships you? Do you know who you are?
They don't know.
God.
They
You
don't
don't
know.
even, man.
It never hit him yet. Never hit him
Damn.
yet. It's a hard pill to swallow. Realize that you're everybody's God. It's a real thing. But again, that's why you're supposed to have a nationality so you can be grounded. You know? So you could be grounded.
Y'all ever seen A Never Ending Story?
Never ending story. It sounds familiar.
It's the best movie ever. It's like
Yeah,
classic.
yeah, I seen it.
Now remember Morla?
I can't remember. It's been a long time. It was like I was a child when I seen it, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Cujo, type in Morla, the ancient one. Morla, the ancient one. Yes. Moorish class.
It even came up. I didn't even have to push anything as soon as I put the shit. Morla, the ancient one.
Come on, Morris. Y'all got Morris. Come on now.
Turtle.
Hey. And then you want to keep on
So
playing this
what they
Turtle
was trying
Island
to
game.
make her be like Turtle Island or something.
Mm-hmm.
But her name ain't Turtle Island though. Her name's Morla.
Mm-hmm. Morla. Merlin. They're gonna say it grows. And then look, boy, this is the crazy part. When the young boy who came to see him, his name is Young Atreyu. He's supposed to be Aboriginal Indigenous, right? He climbed a tree and Morla starts sneezing. He like, I can't, you make me sneeze. I get allergic to your kind. I'm like, oh snap.
Oh, that's crazy.
You make me sick. They got you. You asked me these questions. Then he kept talking in the third person. Like, Morla, tell us how to something. We don't have any answers for you, child. We are tired. Please let us sleep. You're making us allergic. Let us create man in our image. You know what I mean?
Morla, the ancient one.
Please go watch that movie, y'all. Never Ending Story 1. Please. It's like so more.
For real.
Islam, Grand Sheik.
Islam, Morris.
Islam, Morris. I don't want to, because Grand Sheik, we still got all that other information. I've been finding a bunch of stuff, man. Because remember, I love how we hop around too, because the other information always come out.
Yeah.
But the the criminal organizations that we was talking about from the beginning with the mother, like I love bringing that out, like exposing that, like, because you keep showing the corrupt stuff, and I don't want nobody to forget, like, because they love targeting that, bringing those videos out, showing, because when you go on YouTube, when you type in more, the first thing that pops up is So that's why I don't want to, like, this is a video I would like to go back to and be like, yo, we explain that, and be able to click on it, go right back to that section and be like, it's right here. We shows you. These are the criminal organizations that y'all keep saying Rise of the Moors were doing something wrong with. Like, this is the people right here. So I don't want to, forget that information too. But I yield the floor. I just, please let that come out.
Oh, yeah. Cujo, look up Brady list, like the Brady Bunch. Look up the Brady list.
I heard about that. I heard about that.
It should be a website called GiglioBradyList.com.
Yeah, I was figuring to go to the International Association of Chiefs of Police so they can't say no more.
Go to that. Oops.
They can't say Moors are talking crazy or whatever. But yeah, just check the. We'll just scroll through this and see. So the Brady list.
I see it too.
What slides is this? 56 slides. There must be some. Anything specific you wanted? You were going through the, or you wanted to use that site? Let me check that site. What site did you say it was on?
GiglioBradyList.com. Like
Okay, I
Giglio.
see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, right there.
yeah. It'll give a concise.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, go ahead, More. We're good now.
So this Brady list or the Giglio list is the Brady list is the definitive public facing database of information
What
about
the the what facing database? Say that again.
public
Oh,
facing
okay.
database information about police misconduct, public complaints, and use of force reports, and more. To ensure fair trials, the Supreme Court of the United States created the Brady Doctrine, obliging the prosecutor of every case to gather and disclose all information about any individual upon whose testimony they will rely. Brady has prevailed as a super precedent for 60 years. So there's a list. Moors is a list of corporations and jurisdictions with here it goes on the side. Search the record. U.S. federal agencies or private companies. See, these people want to make confusion about it, but what is it? This platform is available as a service to all peace enforcer training and standards post departments, prosecutors, and law enforcement organizations. So there's a whole list of the cops that aren't right. Why don't we know about this? Why hasn't this been told? What is going on? So where does this come from? Brady versus Maryland, 1963. So I'm trying to get the how it all started or whatever. Oh, okay. A resultant to landmark 1963 U.S. Supreme Court case Brady versus Maryland. Prosecutors are required to notify defense counsel of any evidence that may exonerate a defendant. So what prosecutors are to notify defense counsel of any evidence that may exonerate a defendant. So-called Brady list is a compilation of government officials who compromise their integrity or judgment, resulting in an irreparable loss of public trust and may not be credible in a court of law. So once this Brady list thing happens and they find someone on there, they whatever they say can't be credible. According to Astoria Statesman Journal, Coos County District Attorney Paul Frazier maintains a Brady list. A copy of this purported list is posted on social media by Ashley Symington Rains, who claims to have obtained a copy via public records request. Noble's public records request. So you can publicly see who's goddamn publicly killing people. Fraser has not responded to an email request for verification of the list. Do you understand how this works? You got to get your own list. So let's cross-reference this Brady list
and put this on the record too, which is why Moors who are active always request that you get something from these people so you can have your list. They got to give you some type of badge number, some type of name, who's a supervisor. They're probably not going to give you the bond number. You're going to have to go get that. But you're supposed to have your own list, because all these are constitutional violations. Them stopping you saying, hey, what's your name? Is a violation, supreme violation. They're supposed to be hung.
This is from corruptionwatchusa.com. corruptionwatchusa.com /police-maryland.html. So corruptionwatchusa.com, where it says Maryland people against police corruption. Maryland People Against Police Corruption is a platform where people in Illinois who have cases or evidence about police corruption can have a profile linked with all their evidence and help other people add evidence to their case by sharing yours. This is a way there will be less police corruption and more accountability and less abuse. Here are the instructions. Get an online library for the evidence, the case evidence. Suggests for online libraries are archive.org, scribe.com. Upload your case files to the online library and label your case and documents. So it gives you a whole thing to deal with a group of people who are against Maryland police corruption. So you got Illinois people from Chicago that's against Maryland police. Well, whoa. Yeah, I see what's going on. Everybody knows Maryland is dirty. Everybody knows this.
And everybody else is dirty.
Oh, yeah, my fault. Massachusetts. We got to get them. That's Massachusetts.
Everybody's dirty. Which is why you're supposed to have your own. Which is why they got so mad at Moorish militia. Because they don't want you to have your own. And they're going to make an example of them until you stop having your own.
This is on NBC 10 Boston. So this is NBC. It's not me saying it. Okay. Massachusetts officer alleges corruption with his department. Holyoke officer Raphael Roca, who called the FBI or the state attorney general's office to investigate the department, was suspended for violating the department's social media policy. Yo. Oh man, I hope they probably took it down. But it says the former Marine hired in 2016.
Hey, real quick. That remind me of brother Steve Coakley. Now I'm quoting Steve Coakley. You know how you always be like, well, let's give a round of applause for white on white crime.
Man, right. Cause damn.
Yeah, I mean, dying laughing at that.
So it said that in 2016, he said in a 43-minute video posted on YouTube that Chief Manny Fabo is corrupt and plays favorites, and he argued that members of the minority groups are passed over for plum assignments and that discipline is handed out selectively. He also called for the FBI or state general's office to investigate the department. So why are policy enforcers asking for all types of state corporations to investigate their own? What's going on here? What's going on here? Corrupt chief of police, Massachusetts. More than a year after so much has come out of a police chief's corruption, described as the most damning pattern of abuse of police power seen in the region, disgraced former police chief of Salisbury, David E. Esperance, is free to walk the streets and practice law, all caps. Stripped of his gun and badge, he was on paid leave pending an investigation when he abruptly retired from all police work as he was scheduled to meet with an investigator, ensuring he would not be obliged to cooperate or answer any questions. Look at this dude. Oh my gosh, dog. This dude looked like crime. But yep, another one. What's his last name? It's L. Esperance. So his name is crazy. What website is this? SOSmass.wordpress, where they talking about this police guy that they was so corrupt they fired, and he was a chief. I believe the chief that was matter of fact, yeah, the Chief Mason was also seen to be corrupt. Oh yeah, here you go, Christopher Mason, state police colonel tasked with reform is okay. Here we go, back to this one. This is all Massachusetts. State police colonel tasked with reform is accused of breaking rules to promote his allies. Reeling from the onslaught of Massachusetts state police scandals, an onslaught, the governor of late 2009 appointed a new colonel, Christopher Mason, and pitched him as a reformer who could right the agency and spark culture change. While a parade of controversies has continued during Mason's tenure, many have been linked to a misconduct under previous colonels. But now a lawsuit filed by 3 veteran supervisors alleges that recent improprieties around the agency's promotional exam and promotions process, laying blame with Mason. So he's making it way too easy to get in. The lawsuit alleges Mason's former driver and chief of staff, who had the best score on the agency's November exam, and 2 other top scoring troopers co-authored an exam study guide that they kicked me out. Kicked me out crazy. Oh, but it said, they were having this lawsuit against Mason and his former driver, and they saying that the top scorers of the police exam were being brought up of allegations of making suspiciously predictive questions in the damn exam. Strong evidence that the test takers had access in advance to specific test questions and answers, and that Mason and the command staff turned a blind eye to potential cheating. See, this is what we're
Now, real quick, more. Now, how can a group of so-called state trooper officers, after get caught cheating on a test, be even qualified to go out and detain or kidnap or whatever they want to call it, arrest, say that you're breaking any type of law when you yourself cheated to even work here? You don't even know what it is, like, because they've been caught cheating.
And then get this more. They hired the cheater to reform the corruption.
Yeah, look at that.
And they're asking us why the mother is standing in front of these barristers and cursing their faces off in all types of allodial wording.
And more saying that these people are legitimate is crazy. Making videos saying that these so-called corrupt corporations are legitimate. When you can you're not reading an article or Moore wrote. You're reading what their own wrote about them. That's
so
them.
What you have in Massachusetts is that they're not going to report this to the Brady list.
Oh, I'm gonna add on to
the members in the force. They're not going to report.
Prove what you're saying. I'm gonna prove what you're saying. In an article written by Maya Schaefer called "The State of opacity, or OPACITY. I'm not sure. She writes, right? I'm gonna go right down to, well, I'm gonna read it. In 2019, USA Today compiled a massive database of police misconduct records collected from almost all over the country. In the light of calls for transparency and accountability in policing after the killing of George Floyd by a Minneapolis cop last month, the newspaper updated it from 2020. However, like in the first installment of the data-driven series, Massachusetts officers are not included in the database. It shouldn't come as a surprise that our state is missing. The Commonwealth has virtually no transparency or oversight of any part of our government, and that's especially true of our police departments. In its latest article, USA Today noted that its project to collect misconduct information started in 2016. Despite having 3+ years to locate data on Massachusetts, the gaping hole remains. That is the result of our demonstratively weak transparency law, which is largely unenforced. For anybody trying to get public information on police in Massachusetts, there are several stumbling blocks, in number of which steamed USA Today, along with anyone else trying to obtain critical records, including this reporter. One significant problem is that USA Today primarily relied on a list of decertified police. These are officers who have their license revoked, effectively barring them from continuing work as law enforcement in that state. The process is designed to weed out bad apples, repeat offenders, or officers who do something so extreme that they become a liability to their departments. But according to the ACLU and Massachusetts police reform, the Commonwealth is one of the only 4 states that doesn't require certification or licensing. That despite our state requiring licensing for over 50 other professions, it now looks like Massachusetts is about to take a step forward on this front. But we will be playing catch up, and there's no telling how long it will take for violent cops to lose their job, let alone for any related records to become public. Another major source of records that the USA Today team harvested was the Brady List. Such compendiums draw their name from a 1963 Supreme Court ruling establishing that prosecutors must disclose the defendants all evidence that might help their defense at trial, including information about police officers whose testimony could be impeached based on past lies or abuse. In 2014, I worked on a project attempting to get the Brady List from the district attorney around the state. We didn't get a single complete response, but instead received just 2 responses from DAs in Massachusetts saying that, quote, they do not keep these lists. So there you go with the Brady List here in the corrupt organization that they call the Massachusetts.
They don't keep the list.
Yep.
They don't keep the list. Now
they don't admit it. And you don't need no licensing, no certification, no nothing. You just come over here and get a gun and go just kidnap and do whatever. Like the mother kept saying, they do whatever they want. And even they own say they do whatever they want. It's not just Moore's. That's not a Moore that wrote that article. That's their own writing the article, backing what Moore's are saying. And been doing this. These articles been written. They've been saying that these people are horrible.
And they have the alternative Massachusetts policy enforcer patches that have the Masonic square and compass and the so-called G for Gnostic in there. Silent G. So they got that. They don't wear them in public, but they got them. You can look up Boston Police Masonic patch. And it's all there. So now we got hiders of Brady lists. I look up this article and it's saying something about 11 men and there's some standoff thing in Wakefield and some armed stuff. Didn't make sense to me. And I go down and read here and it says Massachusetts State Police Superintendent Christopher Mason said the men were wearing tactical vests and body cameras. Mason, why are you even speaking? You're corrupt. Why are they letting him speak? It say right here, still during Mason's tenure, officer misconduct and controversy have continued. So back to this part. Christopher Mason says the men were wearing tactical. How can you speak and it's still corrupt? And I could literally just cross-reference this and it just literally like no time, just real quick, type of two things. And you're corrupt, but you're saying what happened. How does that work? How does that work? So would these people want a corrupt policy enforcer speaking on what they did? Like Christopher Masson.
When their own boys are calling FBI on them.
Yeah. Yo, these people are crazy. Shut up, we're gonna have the Brady list.
That remind me of the police corruption with the Ray Liotta movie. Can't remember, but same stuff.
Yeah.
Officers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was that? The Departed?
Nah, it wasn't.
Oh, it's a different job.
It's like a part 1 and a part 2.
I
can't remember what the hell it's called. Yeah, they're calling their cell phone. More that 4-hour Hulk smash was needed. Was definitely needed.
So this is who the mother going in there and standing up against.
There you go. Right.
Yep.
Put that into your Moorish pipe and smoke.
Yeah.
She got nothing but fire for these people up in there. All out fire.
What she say? Silent. They ain't saying nothing. Silent. They ain't saying nothing. Silent. That's why I was loving it. I was like, yo, she's killing them. She's killing them.
He was holding on to every Masonic degree he could think of.
Yeah. Holding on them tight.
Just sitting there quiet. He was just sitting there quiet. It's like, oh shit. Okay, it's a hot seat. I don't want to be in a hot seat. It's burning. Well, we're just going to continue from the original start point of the outstanding summons. Outstanding summons? Prosecutor, can you speak on outstanding summons? Please hurry up and say something. It's like she was all, it was smoke. It was too much smoke.
I love looking at it. I always tell Morris, I say this all the time. I always like looking at this historically because they're not going to say it like this. You know what I mean? Like how we looking at it, they're going to, when you go to the library and stuff and look up the case, they're going to make it seem like it was some people going crazy. But when the mother said back in the day, it's so much work. We need to have our own thing to be able to promote the truth, the true side of what's going on. And because this is what's really going on, like Brother Kaiser said, how can the dude Mason even speak when he's corrupt? But nobody's telling that story. Like that's a fact. You know what I mean? Like that, and it's not being written. It's not being published. It's not known to the people. You know what I mean? Like in that way, Brother Kaiser has put in it, and that's why that's why when I start looking at stuff historically, like it's an honor to be listening to Moors now, and it's an honor to watch Europeans up there or whoever colonists, sellouts, whatever, pausing when they get caught up with a Moor standing on the square. Like, that's a historical moment. Like, people have never been able to witness that in their life. You can witness that right now. You know, like, we're not looking at it that way because there's so much confusion, dirty Moors in the chat, talking this, talking that. We haven't been able to sit back and just like, wow, man, look, I'm in this. And like, yeah, yep, this is going on in your time. Like, this is really happening. And we need to just dwell on that for a moment and stop letting the confusion come in, because Moor's been saying it for a while, but it's a great time to be a Moor. That's why I love looking at it historically. I tell my sister, I always like looking at stuff from a third point of view. Like, I may know who these people are, but I want to look at it like I don't know who they are, and then judge it on its actions. And again, you'll be astounded how people really are. You'll be like, oh wow, that's what you all really be doing? Yep.
Now let me ask more of this question. So based on the corruption, right? Based on the corruption that these people are presenting that they're doing, when it comes to situations like calling these people to you, do Moors get a pass because of the corruption? So because somebody brought up in the chat that, oh, this has to stop because certain people, got kidnapped for 5 years by these same criminals, but certain people were actually kidnapped because they tried to claim a house, not only because of these people's criminality, but for trying to do something with the birthright that you shouldn't be doing.
Yep.
So with people doing things with the birthright that they think they can do because they're Moors, does that excuse the corruption, or do the people have to be held responsible for their actions as well, because of the corruption?
People gotta be held responsible.
Absolutely.
And the corruption gotta be looked at.
I always say yeah,
because there's gonna be for example, like the thing with the claiming houses issue, right? That I'm not saying that you don't have the right. I'm saying what you claim is what matters. So if you're claiming something that already has a sign on the lawn, you're kind of playing yourself, because there's a school right there that's been abandoned for 10 years. Why don't you just claim that? Tear it down and build something new, or fix up what's there. You know what I mean? So people are gonna kind of run next to the line with it and say, oh yeah, the corruption, they're so corrupt because they smash my windows in and they whatever. Well, you're riding around blowing blunts. Like, why wouldn't they stop you?
Yeah, that's what I be. So when people be like, yo, like, yeah, something happened, I'll be like, yo, what? Well, how did it start? How did it start?
You know what I mean?
Y'all I got one for y'all though. If you didn't do anything, I got one for you. If you did do something, sit tight, because you already violated the Prophet's laws. But I got one for you. It's called 18 USC 1038, false information and hoaxes. Criminal violation in general. Whoever engages in any conduct with intent to convey false or misleading information under circumstances where such information may reasonably be believed, where such information indicates that activity has taken, is taking, or will take place that would constitute a violation of chapter such and such and such and such of this title, and second sentence and all this stuff, it shall be fined or in prison. No, you should be in prison not more than 5 years, or fined. I didn't say how much you'll be fined, but or both. If serious bodily injury results, be fined under this title or in prison not more than 20 years, or both. If death results, be fined up to this title or in prison for any number of years up to life, or both. So people calling police or policy enforcers making false claims, that's against the law of the corpse. It's against the code, let me say it. It's against the code of the corpse. So anybody, calling police, on, hey, they're standing and looking some way. Karen, it's against the law. But
Yeah.
as for that Moore that did that, we know who that Moore is, and we see what position he took and where he stands now. 5 years, right? Now, understand, Morris. Do be aware. He told the whole story, and he said he went to court because some woman told him to go to court. He was looking for Taj and trying to call Taj and see if he should go to court when Taj would have told him, why are you going to their venue? And he listened to the lady. And that started the whole thing that led to the 5 years. Now watch. 5 years, 5 principles, 5 parts of a law, right? 5 senses. You did 5 years, and he said he got it thrown out. Cool. If the case was thrown out, how come the property didn't get returned back to him as the rightful owner and holder in due course?
Yeah, it's all funny. It's like the
Things
way
like
they
that.
move funny. And I tell people that all the time, like proclaiming your Moorish nationality don't give you a license to do criminal things. That's why the prophet made it clear. We stand for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Not selling dope, not incest, not ripping off your fellow brothers and sisters. He got specific with it. He didn't add nothing else to it. The same way when I explain people about the Constitution, like with the rise of the Moors, Amendment 2, when they say the right of free nation, the right to bear arms is a right that shall not be infringed. It don't say it should be infringed unless you Asiatic. It don't say it should be infringed unless you Moor. It don't even say it should be infringed if you Negro, black, and colored. And
Mm-hmm.
this is what people be failing to realize, like about not reading the literature. You can't just claim something and not read the literature. Like you gonna be stuck looking stupid. And see, that's what it's all about. Like from what Europeans be seeing and these neophytes be seeing when they come into this movement, they looking at what those Moors did and think that's what it's about. Oh, I'm gonna claim my Moorish nationality to get me a home and do all this and that. That's not what this is for. The movement was and is always has been about uplifting the humanity that's fallen out of the constitutional fold of government. That's what we're supposed to be doing, conducting ourselves as nationals, and you know what I'm saying, producing the information and the activism that would help our fellow brothers and mothers do the same thing so that we can have a nation and be able to make the economy run and be able to conduct business, because we'll be generating business through a proper persona capacity. You won't be operating out of fraudulence. So the economy will be moving. This is what the prophet is talking about in his historical message to America. This is why I be telling people, like, you have to read the literature. It goes hand in hand, and you won't make those mistakes.
Yeah.
Like if I want to claim a mansion, right? That mansion better be my ancestral estate. So when I go
There you
to
go, Lord.
that court session for it or whatever venue session, whatever, they be like, "Oh, why did you such and such?" I'm like, "Oh, that's my ancestral estate." Like, sir, can you prove that? And then I'll come in there with my literally my bloodline and my family showing that it date back to one of my ancestors that used to live in there.
Right.
If that Moore can't do that, stop it. Y'all playing games and y'all not doing what the prophet even was talking about. That's just claiming property, like doing some shit. Like, what about your
Yep.
ancestors?
Islam,
Like,
brother Kaiser.
That's just crazy. You don't go
Yep.
do some stuff with the in this corpse, right? Unless you can prove that your ancestors was in that same area, and you have the record of it. You can't just say it and then expect them to like go off what you just said. You got to prove it.
Islam more.
Either that or you get to 5 years, and then we got to remember if you violate their laws, you violated the prophet's laws. I didn't make that up. The prophet said that. Deal with the prophet.
Hey, speaking of the laws, now we keep saying it over and over again. Divine and national. Now the Grand Sheik, he can vouch for me. You know, even more is in class. Y'all, some of them y'all can vouch for me over the years. Y'all heard me walking, you know, doing class. But the whole time over the years, I was walking back and forth to my aunt's house to take care of her. You know, I did the divine thing. Now check this out. Check this out. Bugged me out too. Then you know, I didn't know it was gonna plan out like that. Everybody said it should, but I was just doing the divine thing. Walking to my aunt, she was getting older, blind or whatnot. I'm walking over there, taking care of her and her husband and whatnot. Y'all know about the 33rd degree Mason guy. This was who my aunt married. But I go over there every day. And like I said, the Grand Sheik can vouch for me. For years, I've been walking over there, rain, sleet, hell, and snow, snowstorm, crazy, stuff shut down. I'm walking, got to go take care of my aunt. And then next thing I know, I'm talking to her husband, and he's like, long story short, hey, man, you want the house? And I was like, what? You know what I mean? Like, gave me the whole, and this is a huge ancestral estate. You know what I mean? It's not, but I did nothing. You know, like, I didn't do all of that, what Moors be doing. I did the divine thing, you know what I mean? And got all of that, like, and that's serious to me. That's not, and I always sat back and thought about that, like, yo, because the way I was going with my life, I would have never got nothing like that. I would have never walked to my aunt's house, took care of her, do what I was doing. But when I got my nationality and learned my principles, the divine and national, stuff like that was just like, oh, well, you're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do this. And that's what got me everything I got. I ain't do nothing. I ain't do nothing at all. Just did what I was supposed to do with my nationality. And everything just fell right into place. Like I literally took care. Like it was crazy, man. I'm the one that walked up when my aunt transitioned. I'm the one that walked in that house and walked upstairs and saw my aunt. I made that call. I knew my aunt was about to leave. I knew she didn't want to be in. I did that. You know, like, and I knew it was the right thing to do. She didn't want to be in no hospital. She wanted to be home. And I went over there every day, took care of my aunt every day. That was the divine thing to do. And now look, boom. Do whatever you like. Everybody's looking at it like, you know, you the guy. You like, he did right. You can't look at him like, well, you know, he did this. And I'm talking about my family looking at me in any type of way. It can't be, because I did the right thing. You know, I went over there. I'm the one that did that divinely. You know, that's how and then my people in my family telling me like, yo, you know, that's going to be your house. That's going to be, and then I'm like, wow, man. And then it happened. Like, he just gave it to me. Did the whole trust and all of that, everything. I got all of that. And it was simple. It wasn't, I didn't do all of that, nothing. It's filed and all of that. But I didn't have to go that way. I just did the divine thing. And the Grand Sheik, Moore's on here too. Y'all know I was walking in snowstorms. Y'all heard me walking back from my aunt's house in a snowstorm, doing class. Over the year, I've been doing that. And then next thing I know, boom. I didn't, you know, and I remember I'm self-sufficient. I didn't do no working at nowhere for 20 years, retired, and do nothing like that. Nothing. And then my father, he hears what I'm doing here. He automatically is like, well, you might as well just set it up here down south too and get this and put that in the trust. Do the exact same thing. Now look at that. Did nothing, but just did what I was supposed to do.
Yep. Just be yourself. I don't think, because, you're out there, you're going to go be yourself and they're going to drop a bus on you or something like that.
There you go.
Don't get caught up. This ain't the lottery.
Cause
This ain't the
Coach
lottery.
Cujo, don't you have to realize, like, so when you first come into the back to basics, y'all remember that, right? And then Cujo leads you into the mother classes when you're on the phone and you got to get your verbiage up to even call in. Beware of the scimitar of the Ana E. You know what I mean? When you get past all these levels, you get to that point where you can start going further into the sciences and into the mysticism, and this thing will lead to physical pleasures, blessings, whatever you want to call it. But you have to set yourself up in the spiritual science first. These lessons are they're kind of like tips to get you there, because we can't take you there. But if you can manifest it, I know Moors. There are Moors on this chat right now that are manifesting stuff y'all couldn't even believe. It's like you wouldn't even believe it. And then if you've seen it, it might mess with your spirit if you're not all the way pure and you're not clear in who you are. Because if you're doing what you're doing, the conversations with these Moors who's manifesting should connect both of y'all together to where you're like, yo, like y'all each blowing each other mind, because y'all both is being active, as Noble Dryly said it. So you're literally in the Supreme Grand Council. Now I don't know about that. Rami's still looking for it. I'm in it. What you looking for, bro? I tell you I'm in it, and you like, oh, we gotta bring it back. It's like, come on, bro. Put your tassel back. Put your tassel back in that fez and get your mind back together to how the mother works. Allah. Everything is already there for you. You can literally change dimensions by the way your mind is moving. You could experience this reality. The neighbor right next to you experiences a separate reality of black destruction and slavery, and while you're just manifesting discharges, everybody's giving you favorable replies. They like, yo, you don't see this happening, and you're like, bro, honestly, no. Oh, you're just not connected to reality. You're just, you don't see what's going on. No, you don't want. You want me to only understand destruction and loss. I'm winning. I'm more, so I cannot be less. And I don't apologize, but they'll get it.
They will. Just like this mother was telling me a story about. She had some. This is how more science works. She had some class or whatever that she was doing in university or something, and the teacher made them put their pronoun next to their name or whatever. So she's on the online thing or whatever like that, social media thing, and she has that. So I asked a question in her DM. I'm like, hey, how come you have the he she thing or whatever? Like, are you you know what I mean? Like, are you gay or something like that or whatever? Like, no. My college professor said that's how we should identify or whatever, some shit. And then it hit her, and she said, wow, my professor did a ritual on me. My professor did a ritual on me because come to find out later that she found out that the professor was gay.
Gosh, man.
And so because this is how the story led to the Moorish thing, right? So she's mad now that this man played her because she's doing all this learning and relearning, and he actually made her learn something that shouldn't even be in her mindset or whatever, right? because she's talking about how it's I feel like I have an identity crisis.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like I have an identity crisis because, like, you're telling me that, okay, so this gay teacher told me that I should be labeling pronouns or whatever like that. I'm going out and I'm saying that, thinking that that it's to keep the message clear when it's really causing more confusion than keeping the message clear. Because really and truly, I should just telling people my name. So then she told me her name, and her name has whatever one of these names with L on it. So I'm like, you ever heard about the Moors order? She's like, yeah, I've been doing all this research and all that, found out about, that. Like, there's a Moorish name in your name or whatever. You talk about you have identity crisis, zero more. And then she just lost it. She just I was like, I never understood where the L and B ever came from. I've been studying Moors, right? I've been studying Moors. I have L in my name, and I never understood where L and B came from. But just to say, we're where we're supposed to be at, Mars.
Yep.
Where we're supposed to be at.
Y'all do know they consider homosexual. Oh no, my fault. LGBTQP plus TRZHRT 14 18. That is considered a race. Y'all know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in school now, when they're giving you critical race theory, the new subjugation, and what's that? Brother Melanick put me on to Project 1619, the 1619 project, right? This is all to re-engender your mind into this associative gender species of slaves, like so gay slaves now. But it's like they they're putting it into, they're trying, basically their critical race theory in like a nutshell is to blend the struggle of homosexuals with the struggle of so-called African Americans in slavery. Already it's weird, because if you put a mother who's emotional in a room who believes her grandma was a slave in a room with a mother who's emotional because she believed her son was born a woman, they're going to bond. God damn it. That's what this is all about. Like the allowance of like letting basic potential pedophilism become the new order of the day. Y'all never figured your nationality out.
Mm-hmm.
Critical.
You better figure that out. You better figure that out. Islam to all the Moors worldwide. Honors to the Prophet. I want to say peace and love to all the Moors. Don't forget, scrolling at the bottom, Juali Day, January 8th, 11:30 to 6 p.m. 25 notes, Canaanland Guide at gmail.com is the PayPal. Get your name in the hat so you can get a spot, and we'll be going in with some of the Moors, one of them on here. So get ready. Because this war is going to give you something, along with all the other wars who are going to be out there. Honors to everybody who did make their little donation so far. You're on the list, so don't worry. We got you. And yeah, more. Any closing remarks, Brother Yusuf, Brother Kasir?
Islam, give thanks, Grand Sheik. Honors to the Moors in the chat. Give thanks. And the Prophet is the man. Because what's going on right now, like the Moors said earlier, we living in that time right now. It's 7-11 right now. It's 1923 right now. I was loving that. I'm like, yeah, he right. So Islam, and give thanks.
Islam.
I say the Prophet told us put him in the front and everything would be cool. Then he left. Then he also told us that in the later times, it's going to be people born with their eyes open. It's going to put the people into the older ones into the back. In other words, they would be in the front. So, honors to us for being the last vanguards for the Moorish movement.
Historical moment.
and the Moroccan Empire and everything indigenous and every right that anybody could even prepare themselves to stand on. All the families, all the tribes, all the clans, all the nations, all the empires, all the royals, all the nobility. That is what we stand in while we're here now, while we do these things. So honors to all of that. And if you're a blood right there and you're one of the Moors, honors to you.
Islam. Peace and love, Morris. Honor to all the mothers. Go away. Islam.